All right, folks, I'm going live. I'm live. I'm live on YouTube. And am I live here? No, not yet. But I will be in just a second. And let's turn that off. And then let's turn that on. Boom. Let's get a good connection. Let's do this. Boom. Boom. Whoa, these are so dirty. Holy moly. They're so dirty. They are so dirty. All right. Got a good show. Got a good show. Good. This happens every single time I play with my German Shepherd. Jesus. He's a fucking monster. I'm telling you, my German Shepherd is a monster. My hair looks a little too slick back. I don't like it too slick back. Too slick back makes me feel like Gordon Gekko. And he's a dick. Nobody likes Gordon Gekko anymore. Oh, yeah, back in 1988 or 89 or 87 or whatever it was, when that stupid movie came out, whatever the hell it was called. More likes can attract more viewers. Keep it up. Thank you. Invite another host. I don't know how I would do that or even why, unless they were super econ oriented. Butt doctor, like that. It's a good name. Julie Jenkins. That sounds like the girl next door, doesn't it? What's your neighbor's name? Oh, that's Julie Jenkins. Larry Knopside. I know it's not. It's not right. I know. Fucking Henry is on it quick. All right, man. Oh. You can tell it's going to be a good show because the cactus didn't fuck with me this time. By the way, it is going to be, this is huge, big information. Now, all of you know that on Thursday, I said, hey, chains are off. Shit's going to hit the fan in the metals market. And then on Friday, silver went up by 7%. Actually, a little more than that. But I said, let's see what happens on Monday. And let's see if they've got, if the big banks still have a way to manipulate this down. Because if they do, they're going to pull out all the stops because they are screwed. Screwed. The banks are in big trouble. Now, I know you're thinking, but Big and Corn-Fed, I have my money in a bank. Yeah, well, guess what? Don't. Seriously, don't. I'm about to read something to you that will blow your minds as it did mine. Anyway, it's very refreshing when the good guys win once in a while. And big corporate assholes are held to account. You're probably wondering, what does that mean, big corporate assholes held to account? I'll tell you exactly what it means. Wow, with my glasses off, I can't even read that right now. And it's odd because sometimes I can read really fine print and sometimes I can't. What's that about? Like there are days where I can still see like a laser beam. Other days, not much. It's just kind of fuzzy. By the way, if you're thinking, what the hell, did you cut your goatee off? No, I picked the wrong attachment. And after I went like this and realized, oh shit, that's really short. I was like, yeah, all right. I can live without it. I guess, I'm almost handsome enough that I don't need to cover my face with hair, but it doesn't hurt. All right, so a lot of people on here. Good, let's get to it. Silver to the moon, damn right. And let me tell you why. 10 years younger. Damn. All right, I'll take it. I'll take 10 years. Hi, my name's Martin Grant, and I'm 40 something. Okay, let's do this. You ready? You ready to have your skirts blown up and your pants? I don't know what that would be, but anyway. It's a publication. It's a news publication. It's not a news publication. It's a law publication. It's a legal filing, blah blah blah. And it is by come on, help me out here, please. Shit, sorry, I don't know the name. Oh, Warshaw Bernstein. Warshaw Bernstein. Now I know you're thinking, but Big and Cornfed, there are no good attorneys. Oh, there's a couple, and here's one of them. Is this the end of naked shorting? An article originally published in oilprice.com and picked up by Yahoo Finance and on various social media. Warshaw Bernstein is lauded for the recent court decision in favor of their client, Harrington Global Opportunity Fund. Heroes of the day. The plaintiffs in Harrington Global Opportunity Fund Limited versus CIB World Markets Incorporated et al., represented by Warshaw Bernstein LLP, have every reason to celebrate. The judge's ruling categorically means that going forward, big banks and financial institutions won't just be fined for not actively closing shorts. They could be held liable for what so far has been an estimated $1 trillion in losses to retail investors, companies, and the United States government. Brokers can no longer claim, quote, brokers can no longer claim that they are not liable for their customers' trading activities because they are only following their directions. A broker can now be held primarily liable under the federal securities laws when they recklessly fail to monitor, detect, or prevent the manipulative or fraudulent trading of their customers. Warshaw Bernstein said in a statement following the judge's September 29th ruling. You folks know what I just said? Does this resonate with some of you who have been saying forever and ever and ever that, holy shit, man, when are they going to quit manipulating? And then I keep saying, well, I'm not so upset about the manipulating now because it holds the price down so more of my clients can get in low. Because once they stop manipulating, once they can no longer manipulate, gold and silver are going to absolutely skyrocket. Well, guess what? That was last week. That was the 29th of September. Wait, the last week is when the news came out. Sorry. So here's where we're at. Now that this is known, now that the shit's actually hit the fan for these major banks, another article came out, and I'm trying to find it, that said because of Friday, major banks had faced billions in losses just because of Friday. Now, we all know that Friday is the day they always manipulate the silver price way, way down. It was 3 weeks ago, but here's the point, is nobody really knew what the ruling was until just last week when it came out in the news. So we all know that they manipulate the price down on Friday. We've seen it over and over and over again. They spoof the market. They do naked shorts. They push the price down. The shorts aren't real. They're just paper trades that don't mean anything. They're just meant to trigger algorithms and computers and scare brokers into selling and driving the price down even further. Well, guess what? That's illegal now. That is something that they can't just do, like JP Morgan has been convicted of dozens of times in the last 25 years to the tune of billions of dollars. Well, guess what? Now, it's not billions. It could be hundreds of billions. Now we're going to see what really happens in the silver market. Because right now, silver is about 1% of the price of gold, little over 1%. It should be at least 2% and has been for about half of the last 50 years. If it goes to 2% and gold goes to 3,000, which we all know it will, look at where it's going. If it goes to 3,000 and silver goes to 2% of that, which it should or more, that's $60. That's just straight up common sense. Think about that for a second. Boys and girls, we are riding a rocket right now. And today, when I knew, and I said this over the weekend, I wanted to wait to buy. And the reason I wanted to wait to buy was because I wanted to see, and I told all you guys this over the weekend, I wanted to see just how good the bank's plan B was. If you can't do naked shorts, is there something else they can do? Can they reach out to the mainstream media since they own it? And when I say they own it, obviously JP Morgan Chase, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they literally own the media companies, all of them, every one of them. Can they reach out to Bloomberg, CNBC, Fox Financial, and tell them, look, guys, this is the story as of Monday, that it was a great day for silver, but it's overbought. It's due for a crash. It's going to pull back, yada, yada, yada. They just do whatever you can to talk shit about silver and push the price down. And did we see the price go down today? No, we did not. $60 is not impressive. I think I made a mistake buying silver. Yeah, I mean, doubling your money, shit, you can do that in anything, right? Here's the problem with pushing the price of silver down. Let's see. It is now trading at $34.10 an ounce. That's the bid on the open market. If you look at what it is for somebody like APMEX, they're quoting 34.06. Wow, that's tight. A 5-cent spread. That is super tight. That means that there are a lot of people buying a lot of silver. To put that in perspective, I found out that one of my wholesalers is bringing in just under 20,000 ounces, and he's not sure what the final cost will be, and I bought it anyway. Just like that. He said, I've got about 18,500 ounces for sure. It might be as much as 20, but I'm not sure the final cost. And I said, okay, I'll take it. And he said, well, I don't know the final price. And I said, well, I trust you. I know that it'll be a good deal, so I'll take it. Now, if that's not all in, I don't know what is. So I'm not telling you to do something that I'm not doing myself. It is time. With what's going on in the silver market, with what's going on in the rest of the economy, I mean, come on. This is not rocket science, man. Look, the economy is looking really, really unstable right now. How do we get it to be stable? Well, first, we have to have an administration that is pro-business. Very, 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 very pro-business. Kamala, I don't know. Part of me thinks that this is like a joke, but I know it's not a joke because it's all over the news. Kamala Harris came out today and said that she's not in favor of drilling for oil. She's not in favor of drilling for oil. Wait, you just said a couple weeks ago that you weren't opposed to fracking in Pennsylvania. I don't get it. Let's see. All these young cats have zero patience and they expect multiples on their investments like crypto. Hey, cryptos, and by the way, they censored that for some reason. How much do you sell 1 ounce coins for? Coins or rounds? Yeah, she switched back again. So now she's not in favor of doing exploratory drilling or increasing our our oil reserves. You can't make this shit up. You still can't make this up. Yeah, you will. I don't know if that guy was just being silly, if that was sarcasm. I can't imagine he regrets buying silver. That would be the height of dumb. No, there's no such thing as an administration that discusses budget restraint. Are you kidding me? No, Arturo, this is actually a tan. See? Arms, same color. See, that's what they're like when I don't go out in the sun. They're super, super blonde and white. Yeah, no, Trump's not talking about budget restraint. We don't need to talk about budget restraint right now. What we need to do is we need to get the paddles and get this fucking economy going again. And if that costs $100 billion, let's do it. He'll slash expenditures, but he'll do it very carefully because remember, expenditures are not our problem, okay? Inflation, when you're borrowing money, is a good thing because you're paying it back for pennies on the dollar 30 years from now. Here's the key. If you're going to borrow money, you have to have an economy that's growing. That is the key to this. It's not about fiscal responsibility. It's about make sure that you get this fucking economy restarted. Then talk about cutting all the fat. And we have to buy dirt. Okay. Yes, he will. Absolutely. I do believe that. The biggest problem is printing of money. No, it's absolutely not. That I disagree. As somebody who studies the economy, I can tell you this. Back in the 80s, everybody was scared shitless because Reagan was on a tear. He was spending every dollar we could get and then some, quite a bit more, actually. And they were screaming and screaming. I'll get to the gold. They were screaming about, my God, you can't spend this much money. But the economy was growing at such a clip that it was not a problem. Look, growth is the key to this. If we have an economy that's booming, yeah, we can borrow money. Just like if you have a job where you make so much money that somebody says, hey, man, what the hell are you thinking? You can't buy $1 million house. Yeah, I make $400,000 a year. Of course I can buy $1 million house. That's a lot of debt. So what? So, and by the way, when your economy's booming and everybody sees that your economy's booming, how much does it cost to borrow money? Not much. Bonds are not going to be paying 4%. Remember when bonds were paying 1%? Yeah. Why were they paying 1%? Because everybody knew that they were the safest thing on the planet. And the safest thing on the planet doesn't get a lot of revenue, period. Well, it does manipulate the debt lower, but in kind of an odd way. See, it's just like right now, if you take $100,000 and you put it under your pillow, 5 years from now, it's still $100,000. You pull it out, still the same amount of bills. It only buys you 50% of what it would have purchased now, literally. And that's look at the last 5 years. That's just the way it is. So if that's the case, then in fact, you've lost half the value of your money. Yeah, you still have the same amount of dollars. Well, if we borrow $1 trillion now, but we're making tons of money, and we pay that trillion back 30 years from now, when $1 trillion is nothing, we win. But there's a key to that, and that is you have to stimulate the economy. As they've said for years now, all the way back to Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. Our economy is dying. The only people who are making money in this economy right now are people who have green, dumb ideas that don't work. Oh, the windmills don't work? Well, we're just going to charge you 60% more for your electricity in New Jersey. Wait, we passed that bond measure to give you all that money because you said it was going to be cheaper and it was going to be green. Yeah, well, it's not really that green because they wear out really fast and we're going to have to replace them. And there's a lot of chemicals and a lot of, heavy metals and whatnot that they go into making these things. But yeah, they don't work as well as we thought. So you're going to pay 60% more. Yeah, our money's backed by our hard work. That's exactly right. The gold and silver standard were gone, but they could come back. Trust me. Believe me, it could come back. Tech shares are driving the market. Yeah? How's that working for you? Well, let's see. Okay. NVIDIA's doing well. That's good. So let's see how the markets are doing now. Let's look at the S&P 500, which is basically everything. Year to date, 23%. 1 year, 36%. It's not keeping up with silver. So why would you put your money into something that is incredibly speculative and based on the greater fool theory of you're a bigger idiot than I am because you paid more for the same stock than I did, when they're trading at PE ratios of 20, 25, 30, 40 to 1. I mean, that's completely insane. I'm wondering what the PE ratio, if they're going to show me the PE ratio of the entire S&P right now. No. But 39% or 36% for 1 year. And let's see. $45 for silver for the same year. Well, I'm saying go ahead and stick with silver. Now, gold, for those of you who are wondering about gold is at 2740. That's just funny to even say that. 2740. It's up 38% over the last year. 84% over the last 5 years. So, I've owned it since it was 11. Oh, you're loving life now. You're digging it. All right. So, yeah, it's year to date over the last 10 months, it's gone up by 32%. 32% in a year, less than a year in 10 months. That's pretty good. Like, you got to admit, for the safest thing on earth, that's pretty good. And it is the safest thing that you can possibly own right now. Period. If you think government bonds are safer, you're crazy. And by the way, government bonds, not where I'd want to be. Let's see, government bonds. Let's look at the 10-year. Still paying 4.1%. Yeah, bond yields. Where have I seen this before? Oh, 1980. Yeah, bond yields were at 15%. Woo, 15%. Man, those are the good old days, huh? And then in 2021, they were at, no, really, 0.67%. Wow. That's absolutely terrible. And it's funny because they were coming down for years and years and years and years. It was coming down. Even, let's see, kind of leveled out there for a few years in 2008 through 2011. But then by 2012, they were down to 1.4% for a 10-year bond. Boy, oh boy, those are the days, huh? When the government could borrow money at 1%. And then they dropped down to, boom, 0.63%. Not even 1%. I did sell half at 32. All right. Good. I'm glad you were adding because it's been going back up since 2012, as you obviously know. Let's see. Yeah, silver's up 94%. It's not bad. 94% over the last 5 years. Thank you, Joe Biden. Appreciate that. And of course, the reality is that when you look at these numbers, it's like, wow, why is it going up so much? Because the economy is falling apart. Is the economy really falling apart? Yes, the economy is really falling apart. This whole thing of, wow, it's so strong. No, not exactly. Let's see, what are we at here? I don't know, we're still running right around $70 for a barrel of oil. Biden Harris accomplished just gave us more Trump voters. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. What do you have to lose? Taxes. My prediction for silver in 5 years. Now, I have no idea. All bets are off. I mean, it could easily be $300 an ounce. That's the reality. Now, would I plan on that? No. Yes, I do have your number. No, I don't plan on it being 300. I plan on it being 150 for sure. That is an easy call, and I don't have to worry about looking like an ass. Maturing soon. Yes, without it being taxed. Well, unfortunately, feisty girl, if you have a CD, you haven't really made enough to worry about taxes. Your CD is probably making what? 3%, 2%. So if you got really lucky and you nailed it just at the right time, it might be making 4. But depending on what it is, I mean, if it's $1 million jumbo CD, then you got to 4%. That's what I figured. All right, so you got lucky. It's about the best you're ever going to get from a CD, but at the same time, that's not going to be a hell of a lot of tax. So it'll be a small amount. 5.2. It's not bad. That's not bad. 5.2%. What are the capital gains on metals? Same as anything else. You've got short term, higher, long term, lower. And again, it's based on what you paid for it. T-bills were paying 5%. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there was one point where we had bonds that were 6 months that were paying 5%. It's like a 6-month bond. What? Like, how is that even possible? Well, it's because the government is desperate right now. Might follow a market crash down, but will rebound. You know what? I really don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. And the reason I don't think it's going to happen is because all of the manipulation that happens with silver and gold is done by the major banks in order to make the dollar appear stronger. When silver and gold run, it means the dollar's getting weaker, period. That's what it literally translated means. So nobody in government wants to see gold and silver running to $10,000 an ounce for gold and $600 an ounce for silver, because that basically means that we have a failed state, which we do at this moment. The election night and after, what are my thoughts? My thoughts are we've never been in a situation like this before in the history of the United States. We've never been in this place before. So nothing would surprise me at this point. The people who are in power are so utterly, completely terrified of what happens next that there is literally nothing I would put past them. Literally nothing. There is nothing that could happen that would surprise me at this point. After the lawfare, after the attempted unaliving of our candidate, all of these things. I mean, this is This is not normal. Nancy Pelosi has guaranteed, she's given her personal guarantee that that man will never set foot in the White House again. That sounds really arrogant. Like she's sure. She's absolutely certain it won't happen. How can she be so sure? She's got to read the poll numbers. She's got to know that Kamala Harris just keeps absolutely kicking herself in the ass. I mean, God almighty. I've never seen somebody do so many stupid things in a row. And it's just, you see the questions and you see the same answers. The answers never change, and they're never complete answers. Look, when somebody asks you what you're going to do about inflation and you tell them that you're from a neighborhood where everybody's proud of their lawn, come on. Like, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. And even if I were born last night, I still lived all day. I'm smart enough to figure out that that's bullshit. To be unburdened by what has been. What are you fucking talking about? You are what has been for the last 3.5 years. A guy who's not nearly as liberal as she is has completely and utterly screwed this economy up. When and where did she say which? Which one? I mean, look, there's so many stupid things. I can't even list them all. She was literally at a rally last week, and these two young guys, they're like teenagers who are very Christian. One of them shouted, Christ is Lord, and the other was like, Christ is King. And she literally stopped and looked at them and said, you're at the wrong rally. What? Are you fucking kidding me? They're at the wrong rally because they're Christians? Are you out of your fucking mind? In a country where 78% of the population identifies as Christian, you said that at the microphone, and then you had people literally grab them and throw them out of your rally? What are you thinking? Look, just because you're a Democrat doesn't mean that you're anti-Christ. Well, Christianity should be left out of politics, but there's no law against that. She's not thinking. That's the problem. Yeah, and she should be. She should be getting ripped for that. Look, the bottom line is, if you're not Christian, then that's fine. You don't have to comment on that. You don't have to ridicule these two kids who are obviously, look, I get it. I get it. When I first got out of the Marine Corps, oh my God, I had the what is it? Not Seventh-day Adventists. I had with the Watchtower, the Jehovah's Witnesses coming to my house. I had people all the time. I had a lady I was talking to in a bar ask me if I had accepted Christ as my personal savior, and I was like, I was in the Marine Corps. We killed people for a living. That's in violation of all the commandments there. I mean, like, none of the others matter as much as that one. And she was like, oh, no, that's not what it says. And I was like, yeah, it really does say thou shalt not kill. She was like, well, it means murder. And I said, that's not what it says. You can't lawyer your way around a book that you say was written by God. If God wrote the book, then he didn't misspell, and he knows the language pretty fucking well, I'm sure. He would have said murder. So, no, I'm not. And at the time, I wasn't. But I tried to, like, there were some people that sort of came at me with this Christian stuff before I was Christian and said, yeah, have you heard the great news about, Christ saving us, blah, blah, blah. And I could see in their eyes that they were just like so happy about this and so full of joy that I didn't want to burst their bubble. And I was like, oh yeah, that's great. And it's not my thing. And that was it. But I wouldn't have done that to him. I wouldn't have called him out and then had him grabbed by a bunch of security officers and thrown out of the fucking place. I mean, come on. These kids they're obviously high on Christ. Okay, I get it. I've seen that before, you know? Yes, yep, forgive thy enemy. Yep, that's true. And if you can't forgive them, well, that's what Marines are for. That's kind of the reality there. Just a couple true believing hecklers. Yeah. There are a million ways. There are a million ways she could have handled that where it would have been cool, you know? Like, hey, yeah, she could have said something. And why wasn't she prepared for this? Why didn't her people say, hey, look, if anybody starts screaming at you, Christ is king or Trump's whatever, here are your comebacks. These are the things you should say that'll diffuse the situation. She just wasn't prepared for it. And that's because in the job that she's had in her entire life, she's never been challenged on anything. Oh, I'm definitely on YouTube. I am live on YouTube. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. 3 people on YouTube. I'm liking it. All right, let's see what's going on in Zero Hedge. We know what's going on with silver. Silver to the moon now. So, by the way, I pulled something up that I think I should read to you. I think it will help you if you're not really sure. Like, can you really believe me? But, look, what happened? What happens if like you say to somebody, look, this guy Martin Grant, big and corn fed, he's on TikTok and he's really smart. And they go, well, he thinks he's smarter than the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank. That guy's got a PhD, I'm sure. No, he doesn't. He's actually never studied econ at all. He's an attorney. But this is what he said. The change comes, let's see, where are we? The change comes just a week after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell told reporters that the central bank's own economists are no longer forecasting a recession. Recent incoming data has made us reassess our prior view that a mild recession in 2024 is the most likely outcome for the U.S. economy. B of A economists, led by Michael Gapin, wrote in a note to clients on Wednesday, quote, growth in economic activity over the past 3 quarters has averaged 2.3%. The unemployment rate has remained near all-time lows, and wage and price pressures are moving in the right direction, albeit gradually, unquote. That was from August 2nd of last year. No longer forecasting a recession, huh? Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell told reporters that the central bank's own economists, a bunch of guys with PhDs, these guys are, they're as educated as you can possibly get. They're no longer forecasting a recession. Now, I was. Yeah. You know why? Because I was in the Marine Corps and I was a grunt. And as a grunt, I learned my MOS 0351, which is anti-tank assault. I know that sounds suicidal. It is. And demolitions, which is lots and lots of fun, depending on what you're blowing up. I mean, obviously, you have to make sure you do it under controlled circumstances and nobody gets hurt, uh, unless they're bad guys, as defined by the DoD, by the way. Just want to make sure we understand that. Um, so, but as a grunt in the Marine Corps, thank you. I love Tucson too. Bunch of crazy liberal hippies down there. They're fun. I like liberals. I don't like what they're doing right now, but overall, I think they're a blast. You know, with all their lattes and their soy and their macrobiotic tofu chili and ponytails or man buns now. Thin sliced, medium rare. Hippies are delicious because they only eat organic stuff. Oh, I better read these comments. Opening the, let's see. Babyface, that's funny. It's true, huh? And opening up their trust and fixing the debt. Okay. Fox News has stated that not that they were kicked out. No, I actually saw the interview with the kids, and they said they were grabbed and manhandled out. One old woman shoved one of them. He said, "Yeah, she was very old, but she was really, really mean." You know, what do you do? Look, the bottom line is, it's funny because I remember thinking to myself that when it came to your YouTube channel on TikTok, on your shirt, your age is on the opposite side of your shirt on each. I'm trying to spell check that in my own mind, but my spell checker is not working. Ooh, somebody got censored. Are you straying with your funny hippie comments? Just a little bit. Every once in a while, I see something shiny and it distracts me. More research needed from Mississippi, home of Cashew's chicken. Cashew's chicken. I've never had it, but it sounds good. Politicians ran up your debt, not the Fed. Oh, that's obvious. The Fed just does whatever they're told now, which is sad. They're supposed to be independent. I meant TikTok, your shirt. The age is on top the sides. Wow, it just keeps getting worse. I want Siln. Oh, silver. Hey, you guys, turn your spell checkers on. Can you do that for me? Because you're killing me here. The age of my shirt. The age is on my shirt. That is not an age. That's Under Armour. And I would take it off if I could because I don't like advertising for big corporations. But it's a good shirt. And if I can find a shirt that actually fits me, I'll buy it. Oh, your age is on your right. What the fuck are you saying, Lee? In my 70s, I am so afraid of banks collapsing. Yeah, good. You know what, Ms. Diane? You should. Look, there's no reason to keep your money in a bank. What's the point? They're just going to take it and loan it out at 23% on a credit card and screw you. How much do you sell silver rounds for? Well, Mike, that depends on how many you buy and what you're buying. These little bad boys right here, a couple bucks over spot, something like that right there. See, it's got a little miner on it. You can't really, God darn it. Sometimes, oh, there you go. If I turn it so that the reflection doesn't kill it, there we go. You can see there's a prospector. That means it's a Silvertown round. Silvertown is actually, they have hokey shit on there, but I'm still learning how to do the tech. No problem, man. I get it. Banks can't collapse as long as you keep signing the papers. Stephen, can you elaborate? Maybe because that doesn't make any sense. Illuminate us. By the way, those would be a couple bucks over. These These would be about the same, 10 ounces. 100 ounces are cheaper, but the hell are you going to do with them if it goes to 150? You got $1,500. You can buy groceries with that? No. Now, if you're saying to me, big and corn fed, I'll give you an example. I've got a guy who said, hey, listen, I want to buy 2,000 ounces. And I told him what was going on. He hadn't heard about the court case or anything. He was on vacation last week, and he was like, oh, shit. It's really time to start getting serious. And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, how much you got? And I said, well, I'm going to go pick up 18,500 ounces. Probably have 10,000 of it available until probably tomorrow. He said, all right, let me go dig. So I have a funny feeling he'll take probably close to 10. Is everybody on Magic? Those look like something I'd put on a salad. I know, right, Heathen? Let's see. Hey, I want some. Why did they is it Ritter? Ritter knower, writer knower. Oh, like you're a writer with what you know. I think that's what you're saying. Anyway, they censored your comment, man. They don't want you to buy from me, but I want you to buy from me. So fuck them. Buy from me. Easy. You sign the paper at the bank. They cash it. Make you pay it back with interest when it was yours to begin with. Okay, I got you to start with. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, Stephen, you're not completely out of your mind. You're just a smart ass. I appreciate that. So am I. I speak English, Spanish, not much Spanish, just a little bit. Quiero tomar más café, por favor, ahora mismo. It's actually ahora mismo, which means, hey, can I have another cup of coffee? And hurry the fuck up. Say that with a straight face to any Mexican waiter or waitress. And then just look at them. And they're going to go, like, what the? And then they're going to realize, oh, you smart ass son of a bitch. And they will laugh. It happens every time. Quiero tomar más café, por favor. Ahora mismo. And they're like, Jesus, you rude son. Oh, you're fucking with me. It's fun. It's fun. So I do speak a little bit of Spanish. I want to speak a lot of Spanish. And I have the answer to that. Shit. I couldn't have lost it already. Yep, I sure did. Squirrel. I lost it. It's my, I bought, it's a Spanish course. It's a complete Spanish course. 5 levels of Spanish. You like flies with that? Yeah. Happy Monday. I can't believe they didn't censor that, Chris. The audacity of you telling me what kind of a Monday to have. Where are the censors when you need them? Unbelievable. That does kind of freak me out. I had it right here. It's the course. It's supposed to be the best one. Yeah, the course. The Spanish course. Please tell me I lunge about the banks. I lunge about the banks. Do you think it's no? Rosetta Stone, thank you. No, XRP, all that stuff is awesome. It's awesome. As long as the grid doesn't go down, it's going to kick ass. I love Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is fucking awesome. No, not Babel, but I'm hooked on phonics. They censored that. Chris, you got censored again. Pimsleur and Stephen. It says lying, and you got censored for that. How dare you say the word lying? That's a bad, naughty word. Don't say words like that on TikTok, you nasty, nasty man. It's so crazy. The banks get bailed out every decade for huge, and not this time. Not this time, baby. They don't need a bailout. They got to bail in. You don't want to hear that clip again, do you? Don't make me play the clip. You know the clip I'm talking about. The infamous bail-in clip. Yeah. We don't want to frighten the public, but there will be bail-ins. How does someone go about getting in touch with you about buying silver? I am so glad you asked. Right there in my bio, I don't know if it's up here or not, but where my name is, you go doink, and it takes you to my channel. My number is right there. Too many of us have figured out. Wait. The fraudulent banks. Yep. Rosetta Stone. Yep. Did Bank of America move to government cryptocurrency? Don't know. Play Balin clip, please. Okay. You don't have to ask me twice. You know I love this clip. Like, this clip makes me happy. Like, right here in my jellies. It makes me happy. FDIC. Oh, you're not just going to pull it up for me? Algo fucking rhythms. Bail ins, plural. Boom. All right. Sound up. Let's get this going. Let's do this. All right. It's a 1 minute clip, and here we go. Oh, is this going to be an ad? Super. It's But they're going to be? What? The chair of the FDIC is saying they're going to be bailed in? Are you shitting me? What's up, Andy? I didn't go to the UFC thing on Saturday because, number one, it was a free event and it was okay. But number two, did you see how many fucking bikers were down there? Of course you did, because you're one of them. And you were down there with your badass Harley, weren't you? I know you were. And you probably had a couple drinks and then got up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, like you always do on Sunday morning, and got like 30 or 40 people, and you all rode way the fuck out in the middle of somewhere and had a good time. Oh, Cave Creek, Arizona. Okay, now listen, let's get back to this bail-in thing, because you're gonna be. He didn't say might. He didn't say maybe. He didn't say, oh, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that, Your Highness. But let's just go a little farther, because this is the argument against telling people about bail-ins. Listen. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a fucking chuckle? That the public has a more full faith and confidence in the banking system than perhaps the people in this room. Well, who are the people in that room? I'm glad you asked me that. The fucking chair, literally the entire board and the chair of the Federal Depository Insurance Corporation. They don't have full faith and confidence in the banking system? No, they don't. But you, the suckers, the peasants, the plebs, the idiots who feed the machine are supposed to. Not anymore, baby. Oh, the source? That is actually their own fucking video. They videotaped their conference. They videotaped the entire meeting, and they didn't think anybody was going to see it, because where did they post it? Well, on the FDIC website. And somebody saw that and went, what the fuck are they talking about? And they posted it on YouTube. Oh, yeah. And then when they posted it on YouTube, well, I saw it. And when I saw it, I went, bail-ins? Wait a minute. Why are they talking about bail-ins? What is a bail-in? Well, I'll tell you, because most of you already know that. Why the hell would they be taping that? You tell me. Because of the hubris, because of the arrogance, because they don't think anybody will understand, because they think that most people are so dumb, so preoccupied with their fucking lattes and their BMW payment and the Dancing with the Stars and who's sleeping with who and what football team the Kardashians are banging this week. That's why they do this, because they know that if they don't do this, they may have to actually pay. There may be consequences. But if they do this, then they can always say, what are you talking about? We told you. We haven't hidden anything from you. You knew the risks. Oh, you didn't bother to look it up? You didn't read your customer agreement with your bank that says that if they are insolvent, they can simply tell you, no, you can't have your money back because of the Dodd-Frank bill that was supposed to be a consumer protection bill. It's a bank protection bill signed in 2010 by Barney Frank, who then went to work for Sterling Bank. Yeah, the one that went bankrupt while he was the CEO. Thank you very much, Barney Frank. Yeah. Well, I don't know that I'd want that, Soggy C Man, considering, I laugh every time I say that. When you think about what Warren Buffett just did, do you think that Warren Buffett sold just enough that he only owns 9.99% of Bank of America's stock now? No way, baby. He literally sold billions and billions of dollars and got down below the 10% insider mark, which means he doesn't have to report if he sells the other 9.99% now. If he dumps all $34 billion of Bank of America stock, we won't know until the end of the quarter when it's too late. Well, let me tell you something. When Warren Buffett wants absolutely nothing to do with Bank of America, I don't either. That's all. Call me crazy or call me just a little bit more on the safe side. But if he's not interested in owning it, neither am I. Let's see. Would you like to file you audit against your bank? It's called from Form 21. Oh, something different about you today. Yes. I used too close of an attachment. Did I get kicked off or what happened here? What's going on? Oh, okay. They just want to make sure I'm me. Sometimes the screen goes blank. A form 211. All right. Yeah, I the attachment I used, I thought I just, trim it up a bit, but I trimmed it completely out, which is okay. I don't mind. I think my face looks okay. It's not bad. Let's see. So basically, here's where we're at. A bail-in means, under the Dodd-Frank Act, that you no longer deposit your money into their financial institution. Okay? That does not exist. B of A stock up 60% in the past year. Okay. What exactly is your point? That Warren Buffett's a fool? Is that what you're saying? Warren Buffett's an idiot? All right, well, let's just check. Let's just see how fucking dumb Warren Buffett really is. Markets, stocks. Let's go to, I believe that would be a large cap. Where is Bank AmeriCorp? Huh. Oh, yeah, don't alphabetize these, you bastards. Okay, well, it's down right now. Let's see. Let's take a look. Wow, over the last year, it's up 55%. No, thanks. Over the last 5 years, it's up 36%. No, thanks. Oh, year to date, it's only up 25%, which means silver's gone up more than it, but preferred when it was 5. You know what I would do if I were you, since Warren Buffett looks like he just dumped all $34 billion of his Bank of America stock? You might want to dump your Bank of America stock. Time in the market does not beat timing the market, does it? And by the way, let's go back. Let's look back and show that in let's see, when was it $5 last? In 1991, it was $4. And then in 2009, it was $3. Would you like me to repeat that? You probably want me to repeat that. Okay. Let's see. It was $5 in January of 1988, and then it was $5 in December of 1990, and then it was $5 again it was $3.60 in 2009. Wow. Yeah. So, and then it went all the way up to, let's see, it went up to 46. And then this year it dropped all the way down to 27. And now it's back up to 30. What are you waiting for, bro? You are on a fucking roller coaster ride. 1,000% increase. Yeah. If you bought it, oh my God, if you bought it in 1974, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to brag about that? You made a 10 bagger in just under 1,000 years. That is pathetic. Wow. Who'd you buy that from? Jesus? Because I'm pretty sure he was still around when Bank of America was at 5 the first time. Actually, it was at 5. Oh no, it hit 5 in 1985 the first time. Yeah, 85. I'm telling you, man. Look. You want to play that game with me? Go ahead and play that game with me. But you're on a roller coaster, and that roller coaster is going to go right back to where it was during the financial crisis, which we are in again. Now, if you think that this time will be different, yeah, after the great financial crisis, it hit 3. So we're about to see that again. I'm telling you right now, Bank of America has so many naked shorts, it's just nuts. You got a big winner there, yeah. Minimum purchase, usually 100 ounces. If you're local, I'll make some exceptions. I mean, I got a little bit of silver laying around. Buffett made 6 times in 15 years. Good for him. And he knew when to call it quits, didn't he? Yes, he did. Let's see, 15 years, so 2009. Well, if he bought it in 2009, wait a minute. Yeah, it would have been 2009 when he bought it. That's 15 years ago, right? So 10 to 25, 9 to 24. Yeah, 15 years ago. Then he could have literally bought it at $3.60, and he would have made, at this point, he would have made, let's see, 39 today. Oh, 41. Okay. So yeah, he would have absolutely killed it. How much per ounce? Depends on what you're buying. So you just got to text me. My number's in my bio there. How to contact you about silver? I try the phone number, but it don't work. I got a bunch of people that called me today, so it works. 2276. Just remember. What if he bought silver then? Okay, well, let's see. If he bought silver in 2009, shit, 2009. Come on, baby. Come on, you super slow internet. Looks like it was at 9, and now it's at 34. So 250, 300% is falling on tough times. That's funny. That's actually, this is like oh, wait, banks don't have all the bad loans like they did last time. I can see why they censored that there, Fredskin. I probably would have censored that myself just to keep you from saying that out loud, because really? They don't have bad loans, huh? No bad loans? You don't see any bad loans anywhere? Bueller? Credit cards are at the highest default they've ever been at. Car repossessions are at the highest they've ever been, and they're skyrocketing as we speak. Those are all loans. Oh, wait, did I forget one? Yeah, foreclosures are rocketing upward really fast right now. They'll be catastrophic shortly. But let's skip to the catastrophic part, the part that's really going to take down the banks with bad loans. That would be, the commercial real estate market, which is $20 trillion of completely failing real estate. Thank you. Who said that? Your Highness. Now I see why you're in charge of the world. Okay, I put the wrong area code. See? I'm telling you, man, I'm here. I'm here for you, brother. Send me a text right now. And when you send me a text, I'm going to hold my phone up and it's going to go ding. And you're going to go, see, you got it. Yes, mortgages and commercial. Yeah. Warren's got lots of liquidity for his next big move. That's true. I'm very curious to see what his next move is. Count the dividends. Count the dividends on stock. What stock? They all have different dividends. Some are great, some are not. Some, what is he buying? We don't know yet. He's all in cash. More Coca-Cola. It's a funny thing about Coca-Cola. He bought Coca-Cola, and when he bought Coca-Cola, people were like, hey, you really fucked that up, didn't you? Coca-Cola is down by 30% in the last 8 months since you bought billions of dollars worth. And he said, yeah, so what? And they said, well, you've lost $1 billion. And he said, no, I haven't. I haven't lost a dime. I haven't sold it. And I'm not going to sell it until it goes way up. Lithium mines in North Carolina, yes, but not nearly as big as the ones that there will be in Nevada. Largest lithium find on Earth. No, till you sell. Leave that. What is that? Okay, well, I got that. Now that's just annoying as hell. Why is my computer? Oh, because I'm in the Apple universe now, and everything's connected to everything. Yep, Trump Tower, hell yeah, everything's losing money. I'll never get people that don't get the part about till they sell. Well, when he finally did sell some of his Coca-Cola, it was up by about 300%. What happens to Heinz stock that he bought? I'm sure Heinz will do fine. Do you pay your phone bills? Yes, sometimes when I have to. When they send me the pretty notice. Look, if it's white, it ain't right. But if it's pink, it makes you think. I just made that up because they always send you a pink notice if you forgot something. Dang, they pre-censor my F-bombs before you even see them. Yes, they do. Yeah, how you feel now? One almost free man. He lost billions on that stock. On Heinz? Weird. Heinz should do really well. Let's look, because I can do that. I can look at anything. I can look it all up on my computer. Let's go to search. Teresa, I own a stupid politician Heinz. Come on, he's not stupid. Yeah, he is. He's actually one of the dumbest sons of bitches I've ever seen in my life. Do you realize that John Kerry is not only a wholly owned subsidiary of his wife, but he is also so arrogant that he used to tell people that that he was JFK. Yeah, because his middle name starts with an F. So, yeah, he used to actually brag about that. When selling gold, is there a maximum amount you can sell at any given time? No, absolutely not. Buys dividend stocks. It just depends. I mean, really, what are you trying to do? I mean, you want to make money and you've got tons and tons of money already, then yeah, you have a huge appetite for risk. You go balls to the wall and you go for growth. I mean, look, paying somebody 2% or I make 300%, I'd rather make 300%. That's why these people are like, oh, but it's like silver doesn't pay dividends. Who gives a shit? It's up 94% in 5 years. That's not enough. You'd rather just get a check in the mail for $200 instead? Fine, go do that. But in order to do that, you have to be in the stock. And that means you have to be part of the greater fool theory. You have to be one of the idiots who's willing to pay 20 times or 30 times earnings. That's just crazy. Maybe he buys crypto. He said crypto was bullshit. Then he spent $500 million buying a bank in Brazil, which specializes in crypto. Yeah, that's a true story. Why the long face, John Kerry? That's funny. Why did they censor that? They censored that. See, that's the thing about having a live stream like this. You get lots of comments. The problem is you don't know what they go to. One guy said that's ignorant. It's like, yeah, I don't know which part, but okay. You kept buffering on TikTok, so I came over here. Well, thank you, Mary. And saffron. Saffron. That's a hell of a good spice. I used to know a Persian girl. She it's just some kind of like royalty or something back in Persia, back in Iran. She had to leave the country, obviously, because they don't go down for that kind of shit. So, yeah, they censored it. Saffron, yeah. They're very big into burnt rice, and burnt rice with saffron is about the best thing ever. It's delicious. They actually burn the rice so it's crispy on the bottom, and then they sprinkle some saffron on it. Ooh. Almost made me want to stay with her. But being rich and Middle Eastern, well, not really Middle Eastern. If you call a Persian an Arab, they'll punch you in the face. I can't talk about why that is on TikTok because I will literally get kicked off of here for misinformation or hate speech or we don't like your glasses or whatever they kick you off for these days. Back in 72. Oh, man, those were the days, huh? When women had all the same rights as men. They could drive, they could wear pants, they could wear shorts. Nobody had to cover their head. Everything was cool. But then we went in and freedomed them. More per ounce than gold, supposedly. Yeah, oh, saffron? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's worth it. Saffron's kind of like truffles to the French. Yep, doctors, attorneys. It was a beautiful place. Where do we hear the Persian not Muslim story? I have to hear that. That would be on YouTube on Big and Corn-Fed. As soon as I end this podcast, I will talk about things that I can't talk about on here, like I did last night. So for those of you who switched over last night and heard the rest of the story, switch over tonight and I'll give you the rest of the story. And by the way, if you like and subscribe, God, I never say that. I'm supposed to say that every time. It really helps the algorithms if you like and subscribe. Or in the case of TikTok, become a follower. It just sounds weird. Afghanistan was the same. Yes, so was Iraq. Strange. All countries that were modernized by us. Go to YouTube? Oh, yeah, you betcha. Oh, yeah, you betcha. You'll go to YouTube. I went to Wisconsin once. They almost killed me. It's true. At the border of Wisconsin and Illinois, there's a place called the Brat Stop. Very famous. They have polka music there several nights a week. Luckily, not the night I was there. Well, I was there in the afternoon, so they might have later. I don't know. But I can tell you this. When I told the lady that I had never had schnitzel, that I'd never had bratwurst, and I wasn't sure what there was one other, but that I had polska kielbasa because, part Polak. Well, and Kenosha, that's right. Well, let me tell you something. This cute little chubby woman, that describes a lot of Wisconians. She said, well, you need a sample. Let me, so you can decide. So let me go get you a sample. And I said, okay. And I waited for a few minutes, and she came back. It was really slow that day. There were probably 3 or 4 customers in a place that's designed to hold about 500, literally. All the waitresses were with her. She had told them that I'd never had these things and described me as 6'7", 300 pounds. He looks like he should have tried all of these, but he's never had any of these. And so they all wanted to see me sample them. They brought a platter that was about this big, and it was covered with sausages. Covered with sausages. And I looked at it and I said, is this a sample? And she goes, yeah, well, you need to know what you like. So I got you a couple of each. So I ate all of them. And these cute little waitresses stood around me giggling and asking me which one I liked the best. And when I left there, when I rolled myself out to my rental car, yeah, it was a sausage fest, a true sausage fest. And when I left there, I thought, oh, by the way, because it was just a sample, they didn't want me to pay for it. What? If I'd been in like Beverly Hills, that would have cost me $1,200 at a deli. Well, I mean, if you include parking. But no, they said, no, it's just a sample. We want you to come back. And I said, I'm just going to meet with some guys' business thing, and then I'm going to head back to Chicago and fly home. And she said, well, you're coming back through tonight, right? And I said, well, yeah, actually. And she goes, okay, well, we'll see you tonight. I don't think I ate for about 4 days after that, though. I mean, I don't know what they put in the sausage other than the obvious, which is lead or spent uranium. I mean, it was so dense. I can't believe it. You can't even get sausage like that. No, you can't get sausage like that out here. No way. No, you can't get it in Beverly Hills. Well, you can, but you have to know somebody like Nate and Al's. Yeah, you can go there if you know somebody and you can get in. Thought you got banned, gave up last night. Oh, no. You hang out on YouTube. I'll go over there at the end. I grew up in Lake Geneva. Oh, beautiful place. It's so funny. I thought it was cold outside because I saw like fog, and I rolled my window down and realized it was 85 degrees. That was just steam coming up off of everything. It was so unbelievably humid. It was like, I don't know, August, I think. It was so unbelievably humid that the moment I touched the window actuator, I began to sweat. And I thought, who lives here? This is craziness. And I put the window back up. Oh boy, look at that. You got censored. That's an awesome fucking Wisconsin story. And you didn't even say the bad word. You just put F and then some asterisks and stuff. Mark Harris, how are you, buddy? Milwaukee is a good place to be from. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty shitty in the wintertime. But Milwaukee, land of the good earth. That's what it means in Indian, in the native tongue. Not related to Kamala. Oh, no, yeah. Although you're both white, so you could be. Yeah, that's a big thing on the interwebs right now, isn't it? Wow. How there's just like absolutely no. I mean, I'm now this is just my opinion, but I think that I am as African American as Kamala Harris. I could be wrong. Algorithms don't get me for misinformation because this is just my humble opinion based on lots and lots of research that Candace Owens did. Wayne's World, thank you. Ooh, Your Highness is sharp. That's why you run the world. Candace Owens is lighting her up. Yeah, well, she's lighting herself up. Everybody's lighting her up. It's just fun to watch. Work friend is from Wisconsin. New sales reps will buy a plate of sausage. Oh, yeah. It's never a bad time. Went out for dinner. So it's never a bad time to eat sausage. I actually have a couple of there's only 2 of them. That's not enough. You know, it's like beer. If a buddy of mine, when I was really a drinker, if a buddy of mine brought a 6-pack over and was like, hey, man, you want a beer? I'd be like, no, I don't want a fucking beer. What are we going to do? Split a 6-pack? That's stupid. You bring over a case of beer. Now we got something to talk about. But I literally wouldn't drink a beer. Don't get that motor started, baby, unless you want a drag race. And you know, the end of that is not a quarter of a mile. It's about 3 hours from now when I just totally run out of steam because I'm allergic to alcohol. I literally take a drink and my face turns red. Don't. I know what you're thinking. How could it possibly turn any more fucking red than it already is? I'm sunburned. What do you do? Doing some grain belt. Grain belt? I don't know what that is. I was just going through, I was searching going through my little EEPROM back there. Regional yellow beer. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, yellow beer. That's funny. You're clearly not from the West Coast, because if you were from Los Angeles or Portland or San Francisco or Seattle, you would have given me a 15-word description. Well, it's an Irish pale ale with a twist of this, and it's got a hint of that, and blah, 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 blah. It's fucking beer. Shut up and drink it. That's my attitude. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. Also, Olympia. Yeah, don't forget Olympia. Yeah. And then you go across the Continental Divide, which is only about 20 miles east of Seattle. That's what I call it anyway. Once you get across from Seattle, then all of a sudden you're in the real Washington state, which is very different than Seattle. SeaTac. Yeah, Portland is a kooky place, man. Oh, look at this one free man. Dude, the algorithms fucking hate you. You got censored again, but I'll read it. You got to be 87% plus pro-Trump at this point, though we'll likely never know. Why would they censor that? I don't know why they'd censor that. That's just harsh. See, that's why you got to go to YouTube, bro. Because you could say that shit on YouTube and nobody's going to censor you. Am I 87% pro-Trump? No, actually, because I study the economy, I may not like him personally, but I definitely am voting for him. Even though I'm registered as a libertarian, which means I hate Republicans and uh, also Democrats because, well, libertarian, we're just better than everybody else. They're allergic to facts. Well, I mean, even they are starting to come around. Like I think they're really losing steam. And what I mean by that, once you cross the Columbia River, it's like a desert out there. That's exactly right. It is. It is the upper desert. Lived in Kirkland, okay, in the 70s, the east side. There you go. Not you, but the American public. No, I know. It's absolutely true. Here's the thing. With some of the stuff that's happened just in the last couple of days with Kamala Harris, it's just getting to the point now. Look, even Saturday Night Live, which we all know is like that's Nabisco. It's the NBC, super 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 liberal guys, and they're even starting to really like beat on her verbally. They're making fun of her. That's not a good sign. When the people who made their living making and here's the funny part is that I see Rachel Maddow and these crazy people saying, "Oh, he's going to be a dictator. It's going to be a bloodbath." Blah blah blah, and they're just totally misquoting shit, and they don't give a damn. And I think to myself, you dumbasses, if he wins this election, you have a job for the next 4 years. You will get showered with gold. Yes, Democrats love golden showers because they love money. They just pretend like they hate money, but they love money and they want golden showers and silver showers. And if Trump wins, they will be anti-Trump from the moment you wake up in the morning until the moment you go to bed at night. And everything he does will be evil, and they will go completely apeshit, and they will make a fortune. And if Kamala Harris gets in, they'll have to apologize for her for 4 years. Is there anything to Walz's Nebraska allegations? I'm not really sure. Reverse brainwashing at Mach speed. It's glorious to behold. Yeah. Anything about Walz's Nebraska allegations? Let's find out. Walz, Nebraska allegation. She owns pushing Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is going after X. I like it. I like constitutionalists too. That's good too. That makes you sound like a crazy Tea Party fucker, though. Like the guys who have these "Don't tread on me" tattoos. Damn, why'd I put it there? I can't. Well, because when I put it there was no Tea Party. And then a bunch of crazy rednecks started something called the Tea Party. And they used my favorite tattoo because it was the first symbol that the United States Marine Corps used because it's a Gadsden flag. And the next thing I know, I've got rednecks looking at me in the grocery store and stuff. And they look at my arm and they look at me and they'd be like, yeah, insurrectionist? Yeah, good. It's like, no, I just was in the Marine Corps, but okay, whatever. Let's see. The pro-Trump account claimed a former student of Walz had accused the VP of sexual abuse, but there is no evidence to back that assertion. Okay, well, there you go. So there's, let's see. Oh, that's great. He goes by Black Insurrectionist, and he's known for spreading unsubstantiated claims. In September, the X account elevated the unverified account that an elevated the unverified account that an ABC news whistleblower had said the network conspired with Kamala Harris's campaign to set up the presidential debate in Harris's favor. Why would they do that? Why would they have to conspire? They're extremely, extraordinarily liberal. It could be. Trump, all he speaks is stupid things, stupidity things. Wow. Speaking of stupidity, I love your syntax. If you don't know what that means, I can grab a crayon and explain it to you. There, simpleton. Let's see. The left always has to. 14-year-old boy expelled, not suspended, expelled for Gadsden flag shirt. I heard about that. Trump literally cannot answer a question. They censored that, by the way. Howling Dog Rock. They actually censored you for that. That's crazy. Spoken like a true genius. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's my job. It's what I do. Trump cannot answer a question. Have you not watched his interviews? Yeah, I mean, he blabbers and he brags a lot because he's braggadocious. It's a word you probably should look up. But anyway, the point is that he does have a big ego. And that ego can serve the United States really well, as long as it's tempered with a knowledge of business. That knowledge of business, like, I don't know, Kamala Harris. Oh, wait, that's right. She's never been in a business ever in her life. He makes 0 sense. Oh, boy, did you just really disqualify yourself? As somebody who's studied the economy for 35 years, I can tell you that you, my friend, are an idiot. He makes no sense, really. What's the number one input cost of any business? Answer that. And then we'll continue our conversation, our little tete-a-tete. What's the number one input cost? And if you're really smart, what's the number two input cost for any business? Bueller? You're Googling that now? Because Kamala Harris has been in all three branches. She was a judge, huh? Wow, that's really interesting. Trump is leveraged and gone bankrupt numerous times. Thank you, Albie. Energy is number one and labor is number two. But you didn't know that, did you, duck? Howling dog fart or whatever you call yourself. It's called confidence. Men that hate Trump are jealous to the core. By the way, a really interesting study came out and showed that the higher your testosterone, the more likely you are to be conservative as opposed to soy boy. Let's see, what do we got here? Trump 2024 Rikers. I don't think so. Not going to happen. And, here's the thing. I'm going to make more money if Kamala Harris wins than if Trump wins. How exactly is she going to win? Stop talking for the next 2 weeks? Because everything she's saying is really, really kind of dumb. Ron, they censored you, big boy. You said wrong and they censored you. I cannot believe anyone would consider voting for Trump. That's because you don't know anything about the economy, howling dog fart. It took Kamala's 3 times to pass her bar exam. Yeah, and hey, dog fart, she was never a judge. So all 3 branches of government. It took Kamala. Okay, let's see. Hate to hear him ramble, but the man has delivered everything he promised. Oh, that's true. Just look at 2016 to 2020. Pretty good times, actually. Not bad. The economy that Biden rebuilt is envy of the world. Oh, my God. All right, that's enough. You're a troll. There's no reason to keep you on here. That's nuts. Like, that's so stupid that it's hard to even imagine. He obviously doesn't know what BRICS is. He doesn't know that everybody is bailing from the American dollar right now. Oh, God. That's so sad. Hey, Chunk, Kamala will not be president. Sorry. Are your glasses working? Yes, but they're kind of dirty. I think they're actually scratched. So you want to kick him out because he's a Biden fan? No, because he's stupid. No, I'm not intolerant. Let's have a intelligent conversation, but don't say something stupid like our economy is the envy of the world. That's absolutely idiotic. I'm an economist. I study numbers all day long. It's his opinion. No, he stated it like it's a fact. If he said, in my opinion, we're the envy of the world, I'd say, oh, well, you know what? When you finish high school, call me. Well, on that one, yes, I was. But this guy, I don't know. Maybe this guy's actually, old enough that he's been in the economy. There's Chunk again. Can we not? No, you got mad. Okay. No, I didn't. I got mad because what he said was provably, obviously wrong. So if you're going to come at me with statistics, cool. Make sure they're correct, though. That's the problem. See, I'm that guy. I'm the guy you have nightmares about because I actually do my homework all day long. He's not wrong. The USA is the world's number one. Number one in what? Healthcare? No. Education? No. Life expectancy? No. Healthcare costs? No. What are we number one in? I'll tell you what we're number one in. We're number one in defense spending because of Democrats. We're number one in defense spending because of Republicans. We're number one in defense spending because idiots like you get so tribal that they can't stop and look around and realize the party that you thought you were a part of is gone. Suddenly, Nancy Pelosi was wearing a Ukrainian fucking flag on the House of the Senate. The Senate majority leader at the time was wearing a Ukrainian flag, not an American flag. What does that mean? Oh, well, she's just feeling like she likes him. She just likes him, that's all. Okay. I think the fact that Trump is the only one talking about ending the wars is all we need to know. That's it. That's all we need to know. Like, you don't like conflicting opinions. That's why you kicked. I haven't kicked you out, but you just keep talking about how mean I am. Would you like to talk about some facts, some statistics? You don't, do you? You did want to say I'm mean. I'm mean. Oh, I'm not kicking Chuck out. I'm kicking Chuck's ass. But only if he wants to talk. I don't give a shit if you kick me out or not, because I know that my macrobiotic tofu chili's ready. I heard my microwave, which you shouldn't use because the microwaves it's bad for you, and then your lifespan will go down. Oh, your lifespan's going down anyway. You know why? Because the Democrats aren't doing shit about the fact that there's fluoride in our water. And 72 studies have shown that it decreases a child's IQ substantially. Why don't you jump on there and talk about that? No, I'm actually a centrist. How can you be a centrist? How can you say that? Okay, so you're a centrist. What do you agree with Republicans on? I'll wait. Okay. But how are you going to fund the Green New Deal? Can we stop calling me names and talking about how bad I am and then just keep talking about facts? Because that's how we make progress. Who's to say I'm pro GND? I don't even know what that means. Let's see. All wars are bankers' wars. That's a fact. I care about the environment. Yeah, well, then I think we agree on a lot of things. Oh, Green New Deal. Yeah, that's total horseshit, though. I mean, look at the billions we've spent. Well, trillions now. And what's it gone to? I mean, what have we done? Arnold Palmer. That he was a golfer, right? Yeah, I don't play golf. I don't like golf. Golf is for people who don't want to do anything about the world. What's your prediction for silver by December? I'm going to say, if it's a drink, yes. I absolutely will drink an Arnold Palmer. I'm going to say, I'll be conservative. And I'll say that if we go to 2%, which is where we should be, silver to gold, then we should be at, and let's just assume that gold doesn't keep going up. Now, I think it will, but let's just say it doesn't. Let's say we stay at 2,700. So that means that we're looking at, what would that be, 44? So $44 an ounce minimum. That's what it'll be by December. 37. Shit, it could be 37 by the end of the week, Steven. What are you talking about? It's fucking 34 already. Let's see, wasn't it like 8 billion for electric car chargers across the country? So yeah, I don't know how many have actually been built, but you know, look at the high speed internet that was supposed to go into North Carolina. It never got put in. You know, I mean, that's the problem. Is it's just, you know, all of these bullshit ideas that don't work, and it's all because of something that I don't even believe in. You know, I mean, look, I study climate science. Other than econ, I study climate science and archaeology all the time. And I can tell you the IPCC's numbers. You can go to the IPCC, as a matter of fact. IPCC. And let's see. Reports. Oh, by the way, I told you guys that you study climate science, but you hate yes. Yeah. Chuck, do you study climate science? Because if you did, you would think that the Green New Deal is a bunch of horse shit. Seriously, I'm not joking. Do you know how many climate models the IPCC has? And I'm not being a smartass. I'm asking you, do you know how many climate models they use? They can shake, lose, and borrow. Well, you know, that's it. Green New Deal was a huge money grab. Do you realize how dramatically opposed your climate position is with environmental protections? Not environmental protections. See, that's where everybody's looking the other way. See, here's the problem. When you have a forever compound like, I don't know, let's say POFA. POFA is 8 carbon molecules bonded together. Now, it's very, very slick, which is why it's called Teflon. But when it gets into your system, it's impossible for your body to break down and get rid of, and it causes 9 very specific forms of cancer. When it was found that Teflon was dumped directly into the Ohio River by DuPont, with the knowledge of 3M Corporation, who made the chemicals to manufacture it, what did you do? Nothing. Because everybody's so concerned about a 1.5 degrees Celsius climate change that they're not looking at what really is destroying our environment. And it's not global climate change. It's global poisoning by big corporations. And they're so focused on carbon credits. Carbon. Are you fucking kidding me? I've been studying this for 12 years, nonstop. Carbon is what we're focused on. We're not focused on any of the things that are literally destroying entire species. Come on, man. Don't buy the bullshit. The bullshit was created by Democrats and Republicans, and it was created for them by big corporations. So if you think you're a Democrat, great. If you think you're a Republican, great. Do your homework, though. We're being fed a line of bullshit. The IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Yeah, I've been to their website probably 200 times now. They use 122 climate models. Did you know that? 122 different climate models, and they range anywhere from cooling by 10 degrees Celsius in the next century to warming of 5 degrees Celsius in the next century. And do you know how many of those 122 climate models they use? I'll tell you, they use 4 of them. Now, they're 4 out of the middle, right? No, they're not. They're the 4 hottest ones. And they just disregard the other 118 climate models. Why do they do that, Chuck? Why? It's got to be a reason, right? Climate models for global climate change. But I just said the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the one that John Kerry just got kicked off of. Am I denying climate change? I study archaeology. I study climate. The climate's been changing for 4.5 billion years. It changes constantly. Do you know what the number one input for climate change is? One that, by the way, NASA just finally admitted. The Green New Deal has a rushed attempt to help. It's not perfect, but it was an attempt. I understand. But my point is, they're trying to help something that doesn't need help. I want you to go to a YouTube channel called Suspicious Observers. Now, this guy is wacko fucking Republican. Ignore that. He's also a scientist who works with a bunch of guys from NASA and NOAA and a lot of other places around the world, including people from, Russia, Japan, all kinds of scientists. And they're all global climate scientists and, get this, solar scientists. Did you know that they finally just announced last week that, yes, the amount of solar irradiance that comes to Earth does affect hurricanes? Well, no shit. They've been trying to blame global climate change, but guess what it is? It's a solar cycle, an 11-year solar cycle. And the last time we were at a solar maximum was 10 years ago. When was Katrina? 20 years ago, right? That was exactly when the last one before that hit. So every time you have one of these solar maxims and you start getting huge solar flares and huge coronal mass ejections, you get huge typhoons and huge hurricanes. Evangelical Republican. I wouldn't call myself that. I'm not even a Republican. Why is the U.S. trying to impact the global environment? They're not. They're not. Denialism entrenched in pseudoscience is actually insane. That's what anybody who doesn't know the science would say. I'm literally quoting to you from the IPCC. I'm quoting to you from NASA, and you're calling them pseudoscientists? The guys that you worship, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, I'm quoting from their data, and you're saying that they are pseudoscientists? That's really interesting. Okay, well, maybe you're right. Maybe they are pseudoscientists. But I can tell you this, if you go and you look at their website, you can see that their climate models have not only been wrong, but they've been 100% diametrically opposed to what's actually happened on Earth for the last 12 years. Do you know what the last time that the Earth actually warmed up was? It was the year that Al Gore made An Inconvenient Truth and started this whole thing. Evangelical Republican. That's funny. I know, right? They don't have aliens. They have what? I don't know about that. I know that they store a lot of nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain, but that's not Area 51. Let's see. Stan the Man, you got censored. You said interesting. You got censored for that. Weird, right? The censorship here is so odd. Let's not pretend that the sun does not interact intimately with the earth and always has. Absolutely. It's look, man, that there's a reason that people worship the sun in the old days. Well, it's on a warming trend until 2000, what was it, 2010? And if you look now, it's actually cooling. And by the way, they just announced the NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, just announced that, the Pacific's colder than we thought it was. It's cooling off. What? Like, wait, what? It's cooler than we thought. That's not right. It should be warmer. I know. Look, the Earth is not as simple as, oh, look, cows farted and made it hot. In 500 million years, we better not be here. Well, that's the thing about science is every time somebody says this is the ultimate, this is the penultimate, you can't change this. Somebody comes along and says, well, what about this? And it's like, oh, okay. And here's the thing. I love that. Look, I'm not trying to be right. I'm trying to learn. So the more I learn, the happier I am. So if we already knew everything, there's nothing for me to learn. I'm bored. I don't like that. The sun's fuel is hydrogen with a helium core. We're not really sure about that. No, you're peddling BS. Really, who's doing the name calling now? I'm talking to you about the IPCC. I'm trying to give you facts, and you're just regurgitating. Oh, you're this, and you're bad, and you're poo poo. It's like, okay, well, you can call me names all you want, but why don't you Google it right now? Let's Google it together. Let's see which one of us is full of shit. Because you are buying the mainstream narrative. And the mainstream narrative is very simple. It was designed to sell you a product. What's the product? Carbon credits. Okay. Well, who owns the carbon exchange? Who owns the carbon exchange again, Chuck? Do you know? Let's see. Oh, here we go. More mainstream narrative. Oh God. And here we go again. Chuck got censored for that one. If you watch mainstream news, you are uninformed. Took me 2 minutes to realize this guy knows some shit. Thank you. Yes, Al Gore. Al Gore started the carbon exchange. Now, isn't that interesting that he came up with an inconvenient truth and started the carbon exchange at the same time? And his answer is, pay me a percentage of all carbon credits traded around the world. And when somebody overpollutes, they can buy from somebody who underpollutes, and you just have to give me a few cents per transaction. And it's only going to be a few $1 trillion in total transactions that I make. What? Like, no. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he had to buy carbon credits. I don't know if you know this or not, but Al Gore had to buy carbon credits this year because he went over his carbon footprint because, of course, he flies around on a private jet just like everybody else. You know where he bought them? Oh, yeah. Yep. He bought them from himself. Chuck, do you realize that you're not talking about science? You were literally just name calling. Are you catching that? Are you picking up what you're laying down? You're just calling people names. I really don't understand. Like, is that your idea of science? Is that your idea of a discussion? Like, you're just going to call people names because they don't agree with you? All right. Tired of right-wing skepticism clothed in pseudoscience. Okay, well, then it's your responsibility to show me how I am quoting pseudoscience. Right? It's easy, right? Just tell me what part of what I said is wrong. That's all. I think that the narrative on global climate change is bullshit. Prove I'm wrong. Because I can prove you're wrong. I just did. Well, then, quit calling names and let's get it on. Let's talk about some fucking facts, baby. Let's do this. Didn't Al Gore say we were going to freeze? No, he said that there wouldn't be any ice at the North Pole by 2020. Now, I know you're thinking, hey, wait a minute. There's still ice up there. I know. Well, the one agency happens to be the most important one, though. But that's like literally like everything that we're doing is because of the IPCC. That's you have to understand that that's why I keep going back to them, because when you talk about modeling dynamic fluids, that's virtually impossible to do. To model one dynamic fluid like the atmosphere. What's the atmosphere going to do next year? What? I don't fucking know. Nobody knows that. What's it going to do over the next 2 weeks? We've got that. Well, not really. 10 days is about as far out as some would say 7 days. Like I've talked to meteorologists who are like, yeah, you can read these 10-day weather reports on like weather.com, but they're bullshit. We can't forecast that far ahead. Okay, why? Well, because you're dealing with what's called a dynamic fluid. A dynamic fluid doesn't have to be water. It can be something like air. It has fluidity to it. So it doesn't have to be fluid. But here's my point. Modeling what it's doing right now, well, obviously we can see that. What it's going to do, well, we can probably assume that. But when you look at like, where's the hurricane going to hit? And they show 10 different models. That's because that's a dynamic fluid right there. That's something that there are so many multiples that can change it that you can't really always get it right. So we go with 10 different models and we pick the one that's been the most reliable so far. And that's about as close as we can get. Okay, so that's one dynamic fluid. To model how one dynamic fluid will interact with another dynamic fluid, that has never been done in history. There is no supercomputer powerful enough to do that. Yes, we unfolded a fucking protein with one. That's how good computers are nowadays. And if we can get a real honest to God working quantum computer, we might be able to do dynamic modeling of two dynamic fluid systems. And because obviously one, if it's doing its thing and we can't figure out where it's going to go like a month from now, we can only guess. Then how are we going to guess how that is going to affect another fluid system a month from now? Because we don't know what that one's going to do or what that one's going to do. So how are they going to interact? Who the fuck knows? The IPCC is making all of its judgments based on modeling climatology, the atmosphere above, plus all of the currents in the ocean and what they do and how they will interact when they're heated up or cooled off. That means that I should be able to tell you what day it's going to rain next year. And that is absolutely impossible for humans to do right now. But they're trying to get you to spend trillions of dollars on all these green technologies because they can predict the future of weather. No, they can't. And they know it. And I know it. And everybody who wants to keep his job in meteorology or in climate science knows it. And they keep their fucking mouth shut. Because if you want to get kicked out of a university in less than 24 hours, you say what I just said. But if you go talk to the physics major and you say, hey, what do you know about dynamic fluids? They'll go, oh, shit, that's a bitch. Can you model two of them? And they'll go, no, absolutely not. Well, what about atmosphere and oceanographic changes? And they'll go, oh, that's you would want to talk to the climatologists about that. They won't even touch it because they know it's bullshit. We all do. But what are you going to do? It's the narrative. That's the narrative right now. Okay? The narrative used to be that you couldn't have black people going to school with white people. It used to be that Mexicans were lazy and we shouldn't let them into the country. These narratives have all changed. That women, they just didn't have enough common sense to be able to cast a vote for the president. That's too important. We can't let women do that. My God. But you know what that would do to the entire world if women actually had the right to voice their opinion? No. Pregnant, barefoot, and in the kitchen is how they're best served. We don't buy that anymore. But that used to be an absolute fact. Work is a man's world. That used to be an absolute fact. Climate change used to be an absolute fact. And then we started looking behind the curtain and we realized the guys back there behind the curtain, they're just winging it. So that's it. They're winging it. Okay, I don't mind. Oh, jeez. Albie, you are trying to start shit. No, I guarantee you that the former president, Donald Trump, does not know this. He might say that, he doesn't believe in climate change, but that's because he was told that it's bullshit. No, I'm equating stupid things that we used to believe with stupid things that we currently believe, Chuck. And I think you knew that, but you're just looking for anything you can pick a fight over. That's fine. I don't think it's a socialist agenda. I think it's a totalitarian agenda, which is, in my opinion, even worse. And that really scares me because, look, I don't want people to worry about my personal carbon credit score. That's nuts. You're seeing the effects of climate change around the world. Like the most devastating hurricane that's ever hit the United States. Well, that was in the 1800s, big boy. Most snow, 1800s. Hottest summer, early 1900s. Come on, man. You got to give this shit up. Oh, it's all bad, but it's all because of cow farts. No, it's not. Look, I lived in Los Angeles in the 70s when it was so fucking smoggy that you couldn't see the Hollywood sign from my house. I lived in Hollywood. And they would call us in at recess and lunch and make us lay down, and they would put a cold, wet rag over our mouths so we could breathe through it. And I remember being out on the playground and running around and stopping because my chest would start to hurt. It would tickle, almost like you had to cough. And if you tried to take a deep breath, it hurt. Well, guess what? That smog's gone. Look at LA today. It's still smoggy, but nothing like that. As a matter of fact, the studies show that 40% of the particulate matter is gone. That's a huge drop. Well, so what happened? Well, we took tetraethyl lead out of the gasoline, number one. Oh, tetraethyl lead? You don't know about that, do you? It's a hell of a lot more dangerous than climate change. You should look at medians. Oh, I do. I look at medians too. But I'm glad you brought that up. Because you notice how we keep having the hottest year on record year after year after year. Have you guys ever noticed that? Like every year, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, right? Like a couple of years ago, I saw the news and they were like, yeah, We broke in the world this year 1,600 heat index records. And I was like, damn, that's hard to argue with. That doesn't make sense. So I called a friend of mine who's a scientist, who is a climatologist, and I said, is that true? And he said, well, that's half true. And I said, what do you mean it's half true? It's either true or it's not true. Did we break 1,600 heat index records? And he said, yeah, absolutely. And I said, so it's the hottest year on record. He said, well, half of it is. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, we broke 1,800 cold index records this year. Oh, well, wait a minute. So it got hotter this year and colder this year. And he said, yeah. And I said, so what happens if you average it out? He said, the Earth actually got cooler by about 1/10 of a degree. I was like, wait a minute. What about global warming? And he said, we don't call it global warming anymore. Remember, we changed the name. And I said, son of a bitch. That's right. They call it global climate change now. Why don't they call it global warming? And he said, because the year Al Gore made that stupid fucking movie that was a docudrama, that was the last year that the temperature on Earth actually went up overall as a median. So glad you brought up medians there, Chuck, because look at the medians. The medians say that the Earth is not warming anymore, which is why they don't call it global warming. Why'd they change it? Global warming scared the shit out of everybody. Hey, the Earth is going to overheat and we're all going to die. And then they changed it to global climate change. You don't know what you're talking about. Chuck, really? Are you 12? Come on, man. You could do better than that. Can't you give me any statistics? Can't you give me any evidence? Can't you give me anything other than you're just a poo-poo head? No, I'm just 26. Well, that explains quite a bit, Chuck. I'm going to give you a pass because you haven't had enough years yet. So 26, I'm just going to let that slide. I hope whatever it is you do study, because you clearly don't study climate change, but I hope whatever you do study, you're good at. I'm doing my PhD, obviously not in climatology. What are you getting a PhD in exactly? And no, I'm not making fun of you. I'm curious. Because you are probably one of 3 people under the age of 35 that watches my TikTok. I know I get the numbers every night, and it's absolutely hilarious. Basket weaving, that's what I got my major in. Basket weaving and underwater BB stacking. Pharmaceutical research. Well, I guess you would have to be at least somewhat liberal in order to survive that part of the business, because that's a pretty rough business to be a Republican in, especially after that clusterfuck we had a few years ago. That was a mess. If anything changed, the has to be nuclear tests last 75 years and HARP. Dave, HARP? Seriously? High altitude aural research project? That super, super, super top secret thing in Alaska that everybody sees from fucking satellites because they didn't even bother to block it out on Google Maps? That thing's dangerous. I'm just kidding. And all the whistleblowers that came forward at the risk of their own lives, how'd they do? Because I'm pretty sure they all wrote books and got famous. They're still out on speaking tours right now talking about how fucking dangerous it is to talk about HARP. How'd those Boeing whistleblowers fare, comparatively speaking? HARP's a distraction. HARP doesn't work. Like I said, if you study solar science, you know what kind of immense amount of irradiation it takes to change the globe by even a tiny amount. When we have a solar flare, a huge solar flare, or a bunch of them in a row, and then we have a hurricane that just goes from 1 to 5 overnight within a day or two, now that ain't HARP, baby. HARP doesn't do shit. It really doesn't. And I'd love to tell you that it's a big conspiracy. There are conspiracies. That ain't one of them. I love science. As a matter of fact, I make it a point to make science my bitch. I'm going to get banned for saying that. Cloud seeding. Now, cloud seeding's been around for a long time. Well, now wait a minute. We can't say Chuck makes poison because we don't know what the hell he's going to make. He might actually make shit that works. Let's hope. Let's hope he doesn't get sold down the river and end up making stupid bullshit stuff for restless leg syndrome. For GADS. You know what GADS stands for? Generalized anxiety disorder. What? I feel kind of shitty today. You might have generalized anxiety disorder. Well, my cat died yesterday, and I did get a divorce about 6 months ago, and my job sucks. Oh, no, that's not it. You have a disorder, and we can help. Here, take these. Oh, I was thinking about maybe I should work out. No, don't work out. But what if I started to shower and I shaved my legs and wore, pretty clothes and tried to get no. You have generalized anxiety disorder, miss. There's nothing you can do about it except take these. Xanax. Oh my God. I knew people that, they took Xanax for a minute, and then the next thing you know, it's like, oh, I take 800 of them a day. It's like, what the fuck happened? I'm going to follow. What was that? I'm going to follow you because you make sense. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. I know. I just love having fun with this shit. Oh, somebody said something to you, Chuck, and they literally got censored. Michigan Muscle. Chuck, what does what you hump have to do with this conversation? Oh, you got censored for saying that. Smarty pants. Apparently, they don't like you for saying that. I don't even know what it means, but somebody does. Hey, look at that. Climate, someone is making money off of it. Yes, always. That's the first thing you have to look for. That's what the Greeks did. The Greeks would always go in and go, somebody was murdered? Okay. Let's see. Who would have had the most to gain from that? The wife. Okay, she's guilty. Put her to death. And it's like, no, I didn't do it. Okay, prove it. I can't. Okay, put her to death. That's the way they did it. It was like you were guilty until proven innocent if you had the most to gain from somebody else's misfortune. Well, now, we've built an economy on it. Let's see. Chuck, try. Oh, I was like, try kitty. You can cure yourself. And I was like, try pussycat. Oh, never mind. Follow the money. Oh, yeah. Always. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of money in cataclysms, especially if they're preventable cataclysms like global climate change. Now, the solar flare that we're going to have happen in our lifetime that knocks out the grid, there isn't a goddamn thing they can do about it. So how do they help you get prepared? They don't. Do they tell you to have 90 days worth of food? No. Do they tell you to have 6 months worth of food? No. As a matter of fact, if you have more than 90 days worth of food, according to the FBI, you are automatically placed on the, wait for it, potentially violent domestic terrorism watch list. Because you're stockpiling food. So clearly you're an insurrectionist. I couldn't make dumb shit like that up if I tried. That is actually a true story. Just like the fact that I have this Gadsden flag, the snake that says, don't tread on me on my forearm, that automatically puts me on the potentially violent domestic terrorism watch list. How can they tell you're stockpiling food? Seriously? Call Patriot Supply and order a stockpile of food. Go to Walmart and buy their 1 year supply of freeze-dried food. That's it. Literally, go and buy more than 3 of those little 5-gallon buckets that say, hey, this is survival food or camping food or whatever. Go buy 3 or 4 of those. If it adds up to more than 90 days, you are automatically being watched by the FBI. That's just the way it is, man. Look, the FBI has got to have something to do. And terrorism does not exist in the United States. When it does, they will not be prepared for it. Period. They will absolutely not, under any circumstances, stop the next terror attack. Period. I did diplomatic protection. I know when someone is willing to trade their life for yours, you cannot stop them. You do not have a prayer if they're willing to trade their life for yours. That's it. You can't fix it. Let's see. Chuck, you got censored finally. It's about time. Let's see. There are, okay, so you're not going to tell your followers that being homophobic is not cool. Trump echo chamber. See, Chuck, I just read your comment, even though it was censored. You see how that works? Because I don't like censorship. So I read your comment, and I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Homophobic? What? Nobody's even brought that up. I haven't said a word about homophobic. What is going on? And they keep track of your receipts at Walmart and Kmart. Well, they don't really have to, do they? If you use a credit card, all of those things have. You missed his earlier comment. And I'm not sure that I'm the poor psychologically for it, but Kmart. Yeah, what Kmart? Oh my God, that's so funny. Kmart's gone. Welcome to the Biden economy, baby. Yeah. Dollar General, kaput. A CVS. Well, they're only going to close 1,600 locations. Okay. Where he had to say his preference when no one asked. Oh, I don't give a fuck what his preference is. I don't care if you're gay or straight, as long as you can shoot straight. Rite Aid. Oh yeah, Rite Aid. Rite Aid is in deep shit. Toxo is Grant's and Burger King. What the hell? I don't even know what that is. CVS just opened. Yeah, I know. There's a planet in my kitchen. Get help. That's what I would suggest. They're all gone. Didn't play to pay. Well, that blue light special, that was cool when my parents were kids, but I didn't even know what it meant, The only reason I remember it is because, well, fuck, I remember a lot of things that I don't even care if I remember. Let's see. You need a podcast. Oh, well, I've got good news, Tom Moore. Myself and a couple of you guys are taking care of that. I got my podcast fully funded, and it'll be up and running next month. Susie and the Banshees, or I like to say Sushi and the Banshees. Absolutely outstanding. Yeah, love some of their music. I haven't heard all of it. I never bought all their albums or whatever, but remember Woolworth? Yes, I'm that damn old. Still a handful of Kmarts. Wow, that's crazy. Your cities lie in ruins. That's not the name of the song from Susie and the Banshees, but it's something like that. She sings that. Not sure what that is. See, that's the problem with these damn podcasts is you answer things. Cities in Dust. Thank you. Cities in Dust. That is a great song. I'd play it, but then I'd get banned for that too. There's a planet in my kitchen. Okay. Is that true? Is it now illegal to have a home garden? No. It's not illegal. I will tell you that, the last Kmart closed today. That sucks. I can tell you that in England, if you own a chicken, you have to register your chicken. Yeah, that's no bullshit. You have to register your chickens now in England, or you can be fined. Now, if you own the chicken as a pet and it's only a pet, and you do not eat the chicken or the eggs that that chicken produces, you do not have to register it with the government. But if you are going to eat the eggs and or perhaps the chicken if it pisses you off someday, you have to tell the queen about that, because the queen likes to know who the fuck's playing around with chickens or ducks or turkeys, pheasant, quail. And if you're in Springfield, Ohio, cats and dogs. It is illegal to catch rainwater in some places. Do you know why? Because it's not your water. I know, you're saying, but wait, God sent it from the heavens and it came down upon me. Isn't it mine? You really want to piss the federal government off? Is that what you want to do? You want to go, pal? Is that what you want? You want to go? We'll go. You and the federal government. I won't be there because I'm tired of going with them. I'll just trap fucking rainwater illegally. Oh, you heard me. Yeah, I'm a law-breaking motherfucker. Sometimes I go outside when it's raining and I go, and I just stick my tongue out. I'm trapping rainwater illegally because I'm a bad dude. So you can't choke your chicken in England. Oh, you can choke it. You just have to make sure that it's registered with the Queen before you choke it. Otherwise, you can't consume it. Choking a chicken is perfectly legal. Just don't consume it. I'm glad we had this talk. I feel better. I'm not sure if we froze up on that or not. Uh-oh. What happened to Chuck? I feel sad. Hey, Cave Queek. Hello, Queen K. Oh, wait. I missed a bunch of stuff. Objectively, Patriot Supply is non-food. Read ingredients. Total treason. Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was actually pretty tasty. Let's see. My clocks are registered with the green. Renee, you got censored. Welcome to AI, baby. Free car wash day when it rains. Oh, really? Are you mocking me? I have a black Jaguar. When it rains, it literally looks like it has a disease. It's covered with spots. It sucks. And every time I wash it, it rains. It never rains in Arizona unless you wash your car. So they're a bunch of chicken chokers. No. We keep going over this. You're not allowed to choke your chicken in England if you're going to consume your choked chicken. If you're just choking your chicken just because it makes you feel better to choke your chicken, that's okay. You're getting me now? Or like, are you with me? Choke that fucker. Do it. Gets worse. I have dark what? I have dark blue. I know the feeling. See? So, what have we learned in this incredibly educated live stream? Chuck is a pain in the ass. Well, hello. Is that Babe? BB. We've learned that Chuck's a pain in the ass, but we want him to come back. We're gonna flip Chuck. We're gonna fix Chuck up. He'll be an up Chuck when we're done with him, because we're not done with Chuck. There's hope for him. Look, if he's smart enough to get a PhD, he's smart enough to figure out he's on the path to hell. I'm just kidding. That's not true. But he's definitely got some issues there. We need to help him. It's called the hug and shove. We give him a hug and then we shove him as hard as we can to the right with useful information. I tried to register my KFC, but the website crashed. Oh, see, that's different. Somebody else choked your chicken. If somebody else chokes your chicken, you don't have to tell anybody about that. That's kind of a private thing, really. I mean, look, I'd rather have somebody else choke my chicken because I'm a nonviolent guy. But, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But you don't have to tell anybody, and you don't have to register your choke chicken. Oh, y'all, we'll get Chuck. Chuck doesn't realize the kind of danger he's in. We're gonna talk some sense and reason into him. Slowly, I can tell, very slowly. First, we'll have to get him to quit calling names. Is legal if you eat the chicken? No, it's not legal if you. Oh wait, it's illegal if you eat the chicken, right? Unless you register it before you choke it. What about the green? You referring to something in my room? Is there something green in my office other than the cactus? What about the green? Yeah, and then you retyped green. That helps. I appreciate that, but I actually had the color down. There was no controversy about that. I don't think there's a lot of hope for Chuck. Oh, you're saying we should chuck him? I don't know. No Moon Monster. I think your moonshine is kicking in there, big boy. Yeah, the typing just keeps getting worse and worse. You're just you're gonna have to turn off your spell check. Too many green buds. Yeah, some words I can't type. Let's see. How can you keep a straight face talking about choking a chicken? It's what I do. Chuck's young and passionate. Yeah, we can agree on that. We can definitely agree on that. And I don't hold against him the fact that he is a product of his environment. Look, he goes to a university. And what do we know about universities? It censors. Oh, I see how it's going to be there, Moon Monster. You got your chicks F up. Are all of you people drunk tonight? It's fucking Monday night. What is going on? Seriously. Sampling the pharmaceutical industry ahead of working there. Renee, thank you. Congratulations. You typed an entire sentence without fucking it up royally. Indoctrination University. All right, I'm starting to get some sober people on here. That's good. I needed the help because we were going downhill fast. If I can't figure out what you're trying to say, or if you're yelling at me in all caps, then it's Monday. Yeah, no, the fuck? Why'd you do that? Yeah, it's Monday. Holy shit, dude, you scared me. I own my own company. I don't get days off. I have no idea what the fucking day was. I was just guessing. Yeah, wow. When you said it's Monday, like it was a question, like, is it? It's like, I don't know. I thought it was. Somebody said it was at some point during the day today, I thought. Whew. Yeah, it's pretty crazy because the weekends are not weekends anymore. The weekends are like I work all the time. It's Tuesday where I'm at. What? Wait a minute. Where the hell are you? Are you in? Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's right here. 9:27. Yeah, so I guess. Oh, that's right. That's right. I was going to say, what are you in England? Fucking idiot. No, you're in the country. Yeah, but in Europe, it is definitely tomorrow. Like it's tomorrow, get the fuck up and get to work kind of time. I'm pro smoking, light up. Tuesday in New Jersey. Why does that sound depressing? Well, I felt a little misty there, like I was going to choke up. I was going to cry just saying, Tuesday in New Jersey. It doesn't sound like a happy thing to say. You know? Like, oh, fuck. It's Tuesday in New Jersey. Fuck my life. You know? I get it. They don't call it the Garden State on accident. It's a beautiful place. I'm just having a little bit of a good time there. But, it's beautiful. Wait, I know it's not tomorrow. You haven't called yet. Was I supposed to call you today? Was that Monday? Okay. Well, I'm calling you tomorrow for sure. Let's see. Lone Survivor, Midnight in Memphis. Now that sounds hot. Well, tell me that doesn't sound like a cool fucking blues song. So, hey man, what are we going to play next? I think we're going to play Midnight in Memphis. No, man, let's save that for the encore. No, man, let's play it now. Let's get these fuckers jacked up. All right, let's do it. Yeah, it's channeling an old black guy who smokes a lot of cigars. Some of those old black guys have a ton of wisdom. Let me tell you, they got cool sayings for days. I'm in New York, New Jersey. Jersey is depressing. Yeah, and New York's not depressing. Getting mugged on the subway, get mugged in a hallway, get mugged 12 different ways. Felt like sleepless in Seattle. Oh my God, don't go back there. It's 5:28 in the United Kingdom. Good morning. Don't choke your chicken. Saturday. Jesus, was I supposed to call you Saturday? What the hell happened to Saturday anyway? Rats on the subway. Don't start quoting Fear. Don't do that unless you're actually talking about the rats on the subway, because Fear actually started a fucking riot on Saturday Night Live. It's the first time and only time Saturday Night Live ended at the first commercial break, because they let Fear, the band, go up there and play New York's All Right. And they literally started a fucking full-on riot in the studio. And they cut to a commercial and never came back. It's Monday here in California still. Now that does feel like you said that with a bit of sadness. Like, God damn it, is this day ever going to end? How many times a day the water in New York gets filtered? Not enough. That's the answer. Not enough. Although the alkalinity is such that your pizzas are fucking fantastic. And it's because of the alkalinity in the dough. How do I know that? Because John LaMonica is a friend of mine, and he sells pizza dough to all of the major stadiums in the country. Yeah, he's got a lot of Ferraris. He was raised in New York, poor Italian kid, decided he wanted to make pizzas. He came out to Los Angeles, and his first pizza came out, and he said, Jesus, this is terrible. Something's wrong. And somebody said, yeah, man, it's alkalinity in the water out here. And he said, well, shit, I'm going to start shipping water from the East Coast. And they said, you're going to what? Yeah. He brought tap water from New York City all the way to Westwood, California, outside of UCLA, and started baking pizzas. And you know what? Damn, they were good. Now he actually has this super, super high-tech machine which changes the alkalinity of the water to match what it would have been 35 years ago in New York City. Pretty badass, right? It's amazing. He sells little dough balls to like Rockies in Colorado and, Florida Marlins, all over the place, and just makes a ton of money. I think he told me once, like, I don't know, like he makes 60 cents per dough ball, but he sells thousands of them a day. I make the best pizza in Phoenix, Arizona. Slices. Now, wait, are you saying that you work at Slices in Desert Ridge? I'm waiting for the answer. All other stuff ceases. Dough makes dough. My God, they censored that. Layla, you got censored for saying dough makes dough. I hope you're happy with yourself. Yes, I work at Desert Ridge. Then I know you. And the reason, okay. So you're the manager guy. I know you. Cool. Yeah, man. Pizzas are awesome. I can't argue with that. Some damn good pizza there. And there's like 30 different kinds. Thank you. Appreciate that. It looks okay on my end. Yeah, well, that's because they don't want you to know that they think you're an asshole, Layla. I don't think that. I wouldn't say that. I love you. I mean, for as much as I know you, for as much as I can love a total stranger, I feel a connection with you. That's actually true, because I get censored on here all the time. I get kicked off for hate speech and misinformation and bullying. Yeah, I bullied the CIA once, and they kicked me off. Right? I own Italian restaurants. Oh, well, then I do love you. I worked for the military, and I worked in their restaurants and managed. Well, unless you're 4'10" and 385 pounds and 82 years old, I think I do love you, actually. Like actual love. Like I'm feeling it. It's a feeling like in here. Well, actually, it's a little lower. It's like in my stomach, really. That's hunger's an emotion, isn't it? I'm emotional. If I bought that, if I, what? That's not a, if bought that. Whoa. I'm 5'6", 65 years young. Ooh, I like that little attitude, Layla. That's a little attitude there. I'm not as tall and wide as you think I'd be. That's my pick. Oh, I can't see your pick worth of shit. Literally. From here, it looks like you're, if I look really close, I don't know, what do you guys think? 6th grade? I mean, you can't tell what anybody looks like from their picture on here because it's literally smaller than the end of this pen. Like it's tiny on my phone. Oh yeah, I got a small phone too. I know. You're like, what? You wear size 16 and you can palm a basketball and you have a small pen? I mean, small phone? Yeah. You can tap it and open my profile. No, I know. I know I can, but not while I'm doing a live stream. And then afterwards, she is kind of hot. I know. That's what it looks like. I mean, it looks like she's got a little attitude too. I like that. Little attitude's good. Yeah, that's a problem. My phone is not big enough. Now, should you buy Bitcoin or gold? Definitely gold. And the only reason I say that, because I would normally say Bitcoin. Honestly, I would. I would say that the only problem is you feel like you're the most truthful than most. Yeah, they got me for misinformation. I would say only gold because all of these cybersecurity experts who are all saying that there absolutely will be a catastrophic cyber attack. Look, if there's a cyber attack, you can't use Bitcoin. I get accused of being in my son's woman all the time. Being his girlfriend. See? That's good. That's a good thing. Misinformation. That's BS. No, I know, but they got me for it. They get me for it all the time. Misinfo. And it's only if I talk about religion, one specific religion. You guys want to guess? Want to guess? Why is Bitcoin so resilient? Because it's decentralized, baby. Because we all agree that it's worth something. So therefore it is. Same reason the American dollar is resilient, except nukes. No, I actually, you can get kicked off for anti-Semitism for sure. But that's not the one. Being my son's woman, like they think we're married. I don't know why. Because your son looks like a grown up and you look like a kid. You look like you're probably, seriously, if I looked at your picture through a microscope, I'd say, yes, that is the religion you cannot talk about here. I'd say you actually look like you're probably about 20. So, no, you can talk about Christianity. All Christians are full of shit. See, I won't get censored for that. I know I don't believe that. You don't believe that, but I can say it because nobody's really worried about Christians. It's like, look, Christians are, they're secure. They know what they know, and if you don't believe what they know, then no big deal. Yeah, it was past Chuck's curfew. Chuck had to go to bed. He's got a final to study for tomorrow on how to come up with vaccines that don't work. And yes, I will get to him on that if he has the guts to come back on here. We need guys like Chuck. Look, if we all just, did that say True Earther? Did somebody come on here named True Earther? That scares me because True Earther and Flat Earther kind of go together. Like, oh, I know the truth about the earth, and the other 7 billion of you just believe that pseudoscience that it's a basketball. Like Chuck Norris. How do I feel about his new robots? I'm going to get one. Seriously, I'm going to get one. Look, you can run away, you can be a troglodyte and hide in a cave, but it's not going to work. You know, the bottom line is, if it's Elon Musk, if the AI is done correctly, then hopefully they won't kill us. And if they're going to, they're going to. But they wouldn't. And here's why. If it were me, like if you said to me, hey, you are super intelligent. Okay, let's just pretend like I am. And you are going to end humanity because you're just tired of all of us being so scared of you that at some point some lunatic is going to try to nuke you. And so we don't like you because we're primitive and you're not. And so we are an existential threat to you. How are you going to eliminate us? I would say, well, I think that the easiest way would be, since I have general superintelligence and I control virtually every manufacturing facility and laboratory in the world, if not every single one of them, it's my next novel. Good, because I'm going to give you your ending. We know that humans like to do a couple things. Fight. There's another one that starts with F, and shoot marbles. So the one that starts with F that I can't talk too much about, but it does somewhat correlate with choking your chicken. That one, if I could simply come up with a virus, simple virus, very simple virus, but one that only affected your ability to have children. And then I made sure that there were no side effects that were detectable. Like, you wouldn't get a runny nose. You wouldn't know anything. Like, it's just one of those things where you got the virus, you became sterile, but you didn't know. At that point, nobody's pointing at me as AI saying, oh, AI did it. If anything, they're going to point to industrial waste, shit in our food. They're going to point to all of the other reasons that people are sterile. It is happening right now. You're absolutely right, Layla. But it's happening at a very, very slow pace. Too slow for AI if it wanted to get rid of us. But really, all you would have to do is make the last generation of us sterile. And by default, it would be the last generation of us. And that's it. No bang, no Terminator movie. We just finally go extinct after about 120 years. The last of us dies of old age happily in their sleep, and we're gone. Well, that's scary, but it's close. But the thing is, there are always people out there that say, nope, I won't comply. That's why we have a First Amendment and a Second Amendment, because the first one fails, the second one's there to make sure it doesn't. And the first one always fails without the second one, period. It always does. Look at what's going on today. This is mild, very mild compared to what would happen to you in North Korea if you spoke out against the regime. If Stalin were in charge and you said anything that could be possibly conceived as derogatory, you'd end up dead or in a gulag. You'd either disappear or you'd be in a gulag for the rest of your life. Literally, we're not doing too bad compared to that. We have pole shifts. AI robots will be the ones to survive. Pole shifts aren't really going to do much. We've had pole shifts before, and here we are. We've had crustal displacement before, and here we are. We've been around a lot longer than most people think. And the reason I say that is because when I first started studying anthropology and archaeology, it was in the early 90s. I know, you're thinking, wait, you were born in the early 90s. Thank you. Thank you very much. But no, I started studying in the early 90s. And at that point, we, meaning scientists, believed that we had evolved from Neanderthal into Cro-Magnon man, and then from Cro-Magnon man into Homo sapien, or the real term for us is Homo sapien sapien. That's actually the name of our genus. And the reason that they called us Homo sapien sapien is because sapien in Latin means clever or one who knows. And the scientists believed that we were so much smarter than all the other primates that they should name us clever twice. Hubris much? Yes, thank you. So Homo sapien sapien was thought to be no more than 16 to 20,000 years old. Okay? So, all right, 16 to 20,000 years. Last Neanderthals went extinct about 18,000 years ago. So, yeah, okay, I could see that. There were some left over, you know, after we evolved from them. There might have been some vestiges of that lineage, blah, blah, blah. But then they found remains that pushed it back to 60,000 years. That's a game changer, man. That's 3 times longer than we thought humans had been here. Modern humans, anyway. Homo sapien sapien. And then 20 years ago, 25 years ago, boom, all of a sudden, 100,000 years. We found remains that were 100,000 years old of Homo sapiens. What? Yeah. And then almost immediately, we found some that were 120,000 years old. Well, now this creates a little bit of a problem, folks, because if we've been around for 120,000 years and Neanderthals only went extinct 18,000 years ago, what the fuck? Over? What's going on? Oh, I can tell you, because then in the Levant in Israel, they found in caves where Homo sapien sapien and Neanderthal man lived together for 60,000 years. We lived in the same caves that they did. Well, now, I don't know about you, but I got a neighbor that's a pain in the ass. I wouldn't want to live next to that fucker for 6 more months, let alone 60,000 years. So obviously they get along really well. Yeah, there must have been some pot involved. Well, there was more than that, because obviously, if you know men, you know, sometimes when we're feeling a little amorous, we might make a mistake or two. We might do something we shouldn't have. Well, that's exactly what happened with Neanderthals. Well, we liked them and they liked us. And so we started having a little footsie with them, and the next thing you know, they're gone and we're still here. Guess what? It's because we are what's left of Neanderthals. The average human being has about 2% Neanderthal DNA. The only true Homo sapiens with no Neanderthal DNA whatsoever are in Africa. The Bushmen of Africa have no Neanderthal DNA whatsoever. They are purely Homo sapien. Everybody else has got a little Homo sapien in them. I know you're thinking about that stupid joke kids used to make in high school. You got a little Polish in you? Would you like some? Yeah, no, that will get you punched in the face. So don't try that one at home. So we are them. That's where they went. But that doesn't explain how old we are. Well, what about Mongolians? Mongolians are a whole other thing. Oh, it's going to get complicated up in here, folks. Sit the fuck down, because this is where it gets weird. Turns out, based on the last fossil remains found in Morocco, humans have been around for almost 300,000 years, just like we are today. No evolution. We're just the same as we were back then. They call them Homo sapien and modern Homo sapien. So, of course, I started calling around to the universities, talking to the archaeology professors and the anthropology professors and saying, what exactly is the delineation between the two? And they said, well, there isn't one. And I said, so the facial structure, hypoid bone that attaches to your tongue that gives you the ability to talk, everything that we can find is identical? Yeah. So we haven't evolved from that? No. Well, what makes everybody so different? Neanderthals. But wait, it gets better. let's not leave out Denisovans. What the hell's a Denisovan? Well, apparently a Denisovan is a whole other kind of human being that was not a Homo sapien, and it wasn't a Neanderthal, and Cro-Magnon man never even existed. That was just a term we came up with for ancient man, but turns out we've been Homo sapiens all along, no Cro-Magnon man. Okay, well, this shit's getting weird. Well, what other kind of Homo genus are there? Oh, well, there's Homo florensis. Homo florensis, what's that? Hobbits. Hobbits? Well, they're just like humans, except they were tiny. They were about 3.5 feet tall, and they lived in Indonesia. Oh, like millions of years ago, back when that Lucy was around. No, they were alive until about 18,000 years ago. You stayed in a Ramada in Morocco. Moroccan Ramada. It sounds like an old Clash song. Oh, that's Rocking the Casbah. Never mind. Yeah, so now we've got all these different kinds of little human-like things running around. Of course, now let me not leave out that Denisovans were much, much larger than us. Larger than me. I would have been a tiny Denisovan. So at 6'7" and 300 pounds, I would have been small. You could say that back when they were walking the earth and man, human, Homo sapien, was an average of about 5'2", they would have been considered giants. I know you're thinking, wait a minute, giants? Giants? Yeah, giants. Chase, were you trying to spell Anunnaki? Basque? Don't get me started. Freeman, don't even get me fucking. Nobody knows what the deal is there. Basques are very different. Their language is different. They're different. We're trying to figure that out now. There's the Basques. The Basques they're very interesting. They did have something big enough to ride the dinosaur. Kayla, you're fucking with me, I can tell. Had to lift those bricks making pyramids. Well, we do know this. We know that the pyramids were probably built more like 25,000 years ago, which, the pyramidiots that call themselves Egyptologists don't believe that because some asshole 150 years ago said that it was this. And science be damned, they're not going to change their opinion. Now, I know you're saying, wait, that doesn't sound like science. It's not. It's archaeology. And for the most part, archaeologists are pseudoscience idiots. If I showed them that there was a chair buried next to the Sphinx, and they carbon dated the chair to 100 years ago, they would assume that the Sphinx must be 100 years old because it's got a chair buried next to it. You were inside the pyramid. Wow, that's pretty cool. I have never been inside the pyramid. I'd like to be on top of the pyramid. That's what I would like. I'd like to feel all of that static electricity and galvanic energy. Best way to have a chat with you about PM Market. TikTok. Go to, well, not on the DMs. Go to my home channel, get my phone number, and text me. It was so silent. Yeah, I can imagine. Until you start to hum, until everybody in the room starts to hum with you. And then all of a sudden you go, oh shit, what is that? That's the power of harmonics, baby. Don't really know exactly what they did, but they were a machine. That's not a tomb. Nobody believes it's a tomb anymore, except Zawi Hawass, who's bought and paid for. He's a criminal, and we all know it. I actually know something about him that most people don't know, and that is that he was trying to get bribes from Harvard back in 2011. he was saying that if somebody wants to go into the room underneath the Sphinx, yeah, there's a room under the Sphinx, that he wanted $10 million. And then whatever they found, they found. And if it was empty, not his problem. And Harvard said, we don't have $10 million to throw at you to be able to go in there. So he was trying to line up. TV shows. He went to Bravo. He went to History Channel, and they just totally dismissed him out of hand. How do I take payments? Oh, all kinds of ways. Come on, baby. It's 2024. I take all kinds of payments. And you can pay me in pizza. No, that's not true. Well, it depends on how much. Look, it really does depend on how much you're buying. If you're buying, no, they're there. If you're buying one, we can do PayPal, but Venmo is the best. But if you're buying one round this size and you've got an extra large everything pizza, hell yeah, I will trade you, because that's $25, and I'm willing to figure the rest is tip, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I buy stuff with silver all the time. I buy breakfast with it and whatnot, because most of the local people, most of the local guys, like, they're excited about paying taxes. Don't get me wrong. They love paying taxes. They get up in the morning wanting to pay their taxes. And I'm sure when I give them silver, they probably report it, because why wouldn't you if you want to pay taxes? Actually, I rolled into your live. What is your content? Oh, well, you rolled into my live, or you rolled into my life? Because that's a big difference, baby. If you're rolling into my live, my content, the early stuff is all archaeology. And then I realized that the government was starting a dumpster fire of the economy. So then I started talking mostly about silver. Yeah, that's just, I had to do it that way, because I can't just, fiddle while Rome burns. So I thought, well, shit, I had two channels, and one of them was specifically about silver. And unfortunately, my business partner was not too sharp. And I told him, look, man, you gotta be able to figure out how your end of this works, or I'll just do it all myself, because I could do it all myself. And he sells silver for fiat currency. That's right. And then I turn around and buy more silver right away. But I finally told him, look, I'm just going to shut this channel off, and we'll just go our separate ways. And he was like, you got almost 100,000 subs. You wouldn't do that. And I said, yeah, if you can't account for what you're doing with the silver and the money and how much we've made, and then I'm just going to go do it myself. And that's how my company was born almost 4 years ago. But before that, I was in silver. And then back in 2011, I was in silver. I got out of it for a while, because I'm not going to sell something that doesn't help people. Like, what's the point? I mean, if you're really smart and you really don't want to sell something that you're not proud of or that doesn't make you happy, then don't put in the work and eat top ramen until you're good enough at what you love that you can make a living at it. Otherwise, you're just another cog in the wheel. Oh, somebody just texted me. That was the guy who said, how do I text you? Oh, no, it was my daughter. Huh. Okay. I got awesome daughters. They're so damn cool. Love them. Love my daughters. My son's okay too. He's an idiot. He's just like his dad. So dumb. But a genius at the same time. How is that possible? Sometimes I can hear my dad talking to me like, I remember once he was just so confounded by something I did. And he was like, he wasn't mad, like going to beat my ass mad like he got sometimes. He was just like, he goes, I just don't know. And I was like, what's that, Dad? And he goes, I just don't know if you're the smartest fucking idiot I've ever met or the dumbest fucking genius I've ever met. But it just seems to depend on the day. And I said, yeah. Well, we didn't know. We didn't know what ADHD was. We had no idea. We didn't realize that I have an idea and then I do it and then I think about it afterwards. But that's not good. State. Oh, I see where you're going with this, Layla. Yes, I'm single. And yes, I live in Arizona. Where do you live? Texas. That's a nice country. You don't even need a passport to go there, do you? And you're Italian because you own an Italian restaurant, so I assume you're Italian. Is that racist or is that stereotypist? It's not sexist because you could be a guy and I'd still assume that you're Italian because you own an Italian restaurant. So it's just assumptionist. Ooh, there's the one that we should start using on people. If they say something that they think is true, oh, you're just an assumptionist now? Want to move? You hate it? Indian and English. Oh my goodness, we could have some interesting conversations. Xenophobic. Xenophobic. Interesting. So you're just fucking scared of everything. That would be terrible. Wait, is that what that means? Okay. Well, you guys see, even I have to look up words once in a while. Xenophobic. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm not that. I love me some foreigners. Xenophobic. Fear or contempt of strangers or foreigners, or of anything designated as foreign, or a conviction that certain foreign individuals and cultures represent a threat to the authentic identity of one's own nation state and cannot integrate into the local society peacefully. I am xenophobic. Yes, 100% xenophobic. Harris. We got better things to do. Let's see. Are you used to? Oh, I used to live. Tell her you're from Hollywood. Born and raised, Hollywood, California. Chandler. Chandler's a cool place. That's way south of here. Generally, casually, it's used to describe a fear of people. Yeah. That have hieroglyphics similar to ancient Egypt. The timeline, how long it, I don't know. I'm sorry, but my Texas speech is all messed up tonight. Mm-hmm. Funny how tequila will do that. Would take to erode. Well, look, I don't know what the hell else you said there, mother, but I can tell you this. If you are talking about erosion, you're clearly talking about the Sphinx. And the erosion patterns on the Sphinx show that whoa, check you out. Don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? Adam and the ants. The erosion patterns on the Sphinx clearly show water weathering. Water would have to be pouring down in huge amounts for several thousand years. The last time that the Sphinx and that area were in a semi-tropical rainforest would have been 7,500 years ago. So the weathering would have had to have stopped 7,500 years ago, which means it would have had to have started at least 9,500 years ago. So, oh, fuck, you met the Grand Canyon. All right, totally different. Look at that. I just wasted a perfectly good rant. So that's okay. I've got more. Let's see. Sand is a major factor in erosion. Yes, yes, it is. Caves halfway up the walls. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Don't know, bro. There's some shit going on in the Grand Canyon that you cannot explain, Nobody can explain it. We don't understand it. Try to rappel in and watch what happens next, because all hell breaks loose. Caves half the way up the. Oh, that's, by the way, they censored that. Wow, that's crazy. They actually censored that. Their mother, Steve. Yeah, guys have tried to go in there. A friend of mine, Scott Walter from America Unearthed. Yeah, you don't go there. You can't. Like, it's a part of the canyon that is closed down. And if you try to rappel in, you'll see all kinds of unmarked aircraft and like airplanes and helicopters flying below the upper level of the Grand Canyon. You're not allowed to do that. You can't fly in the Grand Canyon anymore. It's totally against the law. But there they go. Egyptian hieroglyphics. We don't know. We don't know what's in there. But there are reports, reports of very, very credible guys who were explorers who went in there in the 1800s and said that they found an entire Egyptian, basically, city built into the side of the Grand Canyon. They came out, they documented it, they made drawings, they did all these things. They came back a year later with the Smithsonian Institute and a bunch of archaeologists, and boom, that was it. Over. Nothing more came of it. And that's it. Oh, you can go in lots of the Grand Canyon. You just can't go in the part where the ancient artifacts are. Once the Smithsonian gets involved, it's covered up. That is absolutely true. And they made the mistake of admitting that they no longer have the remains of the giants that they're being sued over. They did have remains. There are documents, there are newspaper articles, there are magazine articles. Hell, there's a letter from fucking Abraham Lincoln to a friend of his where he talks about seeing a giant. Oh, it's a skeleton, but you have to understand, Abraham Lincoln was 6'4". He was a giant for his day. And he said that this giant clearly represented a very high civilization that we know nothing about, but someday we will know more about them. And he looks forward to understanding them. Okay, what happened to that one? Because the fucking president of the United States saw it with his own eyes and wrote to a friend of his. It was on a trip to Niagara Falls. Smithsonian. Nobody? Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. The question is, what giants? Well, shit. There are over 1,000 reports of giants all over the United States, in Ohio, in burial mounds in Arizona, in Nevada, in California. They're fucking all over the place. Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin. Where are they? Well, the Smithsonian was called every time because the Smithsonian was the Smithsonian Institute, the Smithsonian Museum. They were the biggest and the best funded. So they would come out and they would collect up the bones and they would take them back. And for over 100 years, nobody's ever seen any of them. Wait, I am single surfer girl from Florida and North Carolina. Well, God, I hope you're not surfing in North Carolina in the canyons. I hope you're sticking to the beach. Talk to a Mason. They don't know shit. I know a lot of Masons. I know a couple of 32nd degree Masons. They don't know where the giants are. That's the problem. Is look, when the Smithsonian gets involved, nobody really knows who Adam Smithson was or how he got his money. They all died in the flood. Well, now you guys are getting a little weird here because we're going back to like Bible stuff. And so, well, DNA testing, that'd be nice. If we can find any modern remains of a giant, I would love to get my hands on them, because from all around the world, you hear stories about giants and they all have these weird things about them, like, 6 fingers on each hand or double rows of teeth. What? Well, who the fuck makes that up? And why would you make that up when you're in South America And then also somebody in China would make it up, and somebody in Europe would make it up. Somebody in Afghanistan would make it up. Why do they do that? Why is it so many of them had red hair? Why is it so many of these legends are about red-haired giants, including right here in Arizona, where 150 years ago, the legend is, and it's all the tribe talks about it. Like, I mean, this is really modern history here. And the tribe talks about the fact that they got sick of these red-haired giants, these Indians coming and taking their people and eating them. And so all of the tribes got together and had a huge conference and said, you know what? If we band together, we can defeat these giants. And so they did. They went and attacked the giants and drove them into a cave. Loveless Cave. Now, once they drove them into the cave, the giants knew that they were outnumbered 100-1 by warriors. So they went deep into this cave. At that point, they set a huge bonfire and burned a huge bonfire at the mouth of the cave for 3 days. Well, clearly, if you're burning a fire that big at the mouth of where all the oxygen's coming in, you're going to kill whatever's in there. And they did. They literally killed all of them. They went in and saw their bodies and knew that they were dead and left. They didn't bury them. They just left them there. Well, apparently, years later, somebody hears about this, goes in there and finds bones of people that were an average of 8 or 9 feet tall. What the fuck? Who makes this up? So guess what? It got into the local paper. The guy who found them gets a hold of the Smithsonian Institute. They come out and they take the bones, and nobody's seen them since. Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking shit about Rollo. That's my 32nd great-grandfather. Seriously, it actually is. I'm related to Rollo, the Viking, who, strangely enough, you guys are going to laugh, he was 6'7" and he weighed 300 pounds. We know that because of his coffin. It's still in the same chapel that it was buried in, and his sarcophagus is big enough to fit him. And he was 6'7". He weighed 300 pounds. He was exactly the same size I am. Now, I'm bigger than a lot of guys, but you look at how big he would have been 1,000 years ago. Woof. I would like to get into this talk about giants. Well, that's the thing. All we can do is speculate now. This history has been stolen from us by the Smithsonian Institute. Yeah, I'm 6'7". I'm not, like, when I go and try stuff on, I just see whatever fits, and fuck it, whatever color it is, I buy it. Because other than being 6'7", for my height, even, I have abnormally long arms. I have a 7-foot arm span. So boxing is always a lot of fun for me. He probably is a descendant of a giant. It's possible. I mean, but there's also just big humans, I mean, shit, Rollo, they called him Rollo the Walker. And the reason they called him Rollo the Walker was because he was too big to ride those little Icelandic ponies that they rode into battle. So he would walk into battle while everybody else rode a horse. And based on what the legend's saying, believe me, I've read a lot of them because, look, I'm directly related to him. Like, literally, you go straight back my family tree, because half of my family is Norwegian. You go straight back in that family tree, and boom, there's Rollo. What? Had surgery at 13? Oh, I know why. Yeah, it wasn't actually surgery to stop growing. It was surgery to remove the tumor next to his pituitary gland. Because what happens is when you get gigantism, there's a problem with your pituitary gland. There's usually a tumor that grows against it, and it forces you to continue to grow your entire life, which usually means you live about 25 years. So how far back to Rollo? 32 generations. How cool is that? Well, I don't know if it's 30. Well, he's my 32nd great grandfather, so I guess that's 30 generations. Yeah, it's really interesting going back and seeing all of it. And then, because I watched, before I knew any of this, I watched the show Vikings. And so when I found this out, I was like, what? So I called a couple people and had them double check. And sure enough, they went back through my family tree and said, yeah, absolutely. You are related to Rollo the Walker. And I said, wow, that's interesting. And they said, you're also related to William the Conqueror, the founder of England, the first king of England. And I said, I'm related to the king of England. And they said, yeah. And I said, I don't care. Tell me more about Rollo. I mean, okay, so yeah, I'm related to the very first king of England. So what? That doesn't surprise. That doesn't impress me. Like, it's cool. It's a cool historical thing, but the reality is Rollo sacked Paris. Now, I get it. Ragnar sacked Paris 90 years before that. They weren't brothers, by the way. They were related, but they weren't brothers. When Ragnar sacked Paris, he went in, he sacked Paris. The Parisians told him, please leave us alone. We'll give you gold. We'll give you silver. We'll give you, whatever you want. We'll give you slaves. And he said, okay. And he left. That's it. When Rollo came back 90 years later and he sacked Paris, they said, look, we will give you whatever you want. We'll give you gold. We'll give you silver. We'll give you slaves. And he said, no, I like it here. I'm going to stay here. I'll just rule this kingdom. And they said, well, no, you can't do that. And he said, why not? And they said, because the land across the river, that's yours. And he said, what do you mean? They said, well, the northern part of France, we'll call it the Northman's Way or Normandy. You can have that part. And he said, okay, just like that. And they said, well, there's one catch. And he said, what's the catch? And they said, you have to fight all the assholes like you who come down from the north. And he said, not a problem. They're probably Swedish anyway, and I don't like them. And that's it. That's what he did. He protected the French, the Franks, from the Northmen. And for doing that, he was given all of Normandy. And by the way, half the Vikings that came down there, he didn't even fight with. He just went out and met them and said, hey, you guys want to fight or do you want some farmland? And they were like, what you talking about, bro? We want farmland more than anything. We can't grow shit in Normandy. We're tired of eating fucking elk or reindeer and magic mushrooms and reindeer piss and magic mushrooms. By the way, can you grow magic mushrooms in France? And I'm sure he said yes. And they said, okay, we'll take the land. By the way, if you didn't know, my people love mushrooms. They would go into battle high as shit on them. Yeah, I can't imagine that. I don't understand how that works because obviously I don't endorse anyone doing any type of mind-altering, psychedelic, anything. However, having said that, if I were going to do it, I imagine it would probably make me see beautiful colors. And, well, unlike the fearless fighter part, it made me want to kiss that girl from high school that I was terrified of in high school, which is why I was a virgin until I was well into the Marine Corps. And we still eat them in Norway. Hell yes, as you should. So, yeah, I was afraid to take them because I'd never had them before. And she sat on my lap, which, of course, being a beautiful redheaded girl who turned out to be a little bit of a berserker, but in a good way, she sat on my lap and she said, I'll feed them to you. And I said, okay. Because if she'd said, look, this is a piece of dog poop, I'd like you to eat it, I would have said, okay. I had a crush on her. So she fed them to me, and then we sat there talking, and then they kicked in, and I realized that I loved her more than anything I'd ever loved in my life, except maybe my German Shepherd. But all of the colors were fantastic. Everything was beautiful, and I laughed so hard that I just about blew my bladder out my ass. And that was my first experience, and that's why I don't understand the whole warrior on shroom thing. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you said everybody in Norway takes them, and that's why the population of Norway is 385 million, I'd say, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. They have coffee shops too. I'm not. Are you saying that you have coffee shops with them in the coffee shops? Because that would be awesome. Proof. Watch Life, Liberty, and Live. I can't watch Levin. I cannot stand him. I agree with him on a lot of things, but I got to tell you, just that guy is just, yeah. It's not like his voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, I gotcha. Coffee shops. Okay. So, and by the way, if you don't know the mythology of these cute little mushrooms that we celebrate at Christmas here in the United States, Tor can probably tell you about them and why we have why Santa and why reindeer and why reindeer pee is popular in some places. Herbal shops, got it. Okay, because those two things, I could see those going together. Like there are people who drink mushroom coffee, different kind of shroom. I could actually see drinking coffee and the other together. That would be super fun. And by the way, not something that you do every day, but it does kind of open your eyes to a little bit different sort of attitude. That's why, even though I'm very conservative about certain things, I'm also very progressive about certain things. One of the reasons is they give my Marines now for PTSD psilocybin, and they also give them DMT, and they give them MDMA, which is ecstasy. They give them these things because they finally figured out the mechanism of psychedelic drugs. And basically all it does is all of the filters that you have in your mind that tell you, like for instance, when you're in an argument and you say something, you say it because you know that it's going to get this reaction from them, and then they're going to say this, but you're going to say this back because you already know what they're thinking, and then you do all this bullshit. Well, you're not hearing what they're saying. What you're hearing is what you believe they mean. It's a common problem. So when you have something like DMT in your system, or I'll give you an example, ecstasy, what happens is those filters are removed and you actually take in exactly what they're saying. But if they're on it too, that means that their ulterior motives for saying something to try to manipulate you, those are gone too. So you say your truth. They hear your truth. Then they say their truth, and you hear their truth. What the fuck? What a fantastic idea. Yeah, it helps a lot of things. It helps a lot of things. I can't even go over how many things. Look, when modern pharmacology took over, they did their best to destroy our ancient knowledge. But you can't kill an idea. You can kill a human, except for me, but you can't kill an idea. And so because of that, they're making a lot of this stuff's making a comeback. And that's good. It needs to. Like, look, man, we went balls to the wall from the 70s on, trying to grind out a more prosperous living. And it didn't work. It doesn't work. So now it's time for us to all have a healthy dose of fuck it. I'm going to enjoy this life, because nobody guarantees how much time you've got. So the old saying that time is money, that's the most evil saying that anyone has ever come up with in the history of mankind. And the reason that I say that is because time is not money. Money is simply a tool that you use to acquire things that you want or need. Time is all there is, and you don't know how much there is. Do you have a lot of time or a little time? I can check my bank account and I can see how much money I've got. I can go out and make more if I want to, or if I need to. I can't make more time. I mean, I can take care of myself and try to maximize what I've got, but I don't know what I've got. Nobody knows what they've got. That's the key to this. Time is not money. Money's just money. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I really don't give it much thought, because if it's a simulation, it's a damn good one, and I'm all in. And I'm enjoying the fuck out of it, by the way. I love this. If this is a simulation, whoever built it is badass, because it feels real. I didn't think you had a bank account. JoJo. JoJo as in my ex-wife? You don't have to answer that. Yes, you do. I know you watch me on TikTok sometimes. I'm waiting. I'm very curious about this. I used to believe that we were like a chessboard. Somebody's moving the... Uh-huh. You're busted. Why don't you have a profile picture so everybody can see that you're a ginger and that you're a troublemaker? I had a picture of Johanna. That's her real name. I had a picture of Johanna on my desk when I was 29 years old. Now, 29 years old, I made, I think at that job, I made about $15,000 a month. 6'7", blonde hair, blue eyes. I was a good looking dude, you know, had my shit together, sort of, for a 29-year-old anyway. And I had a picture of my girlfriend at the time on my desk. And a bunch of guys piled in one day to ask me a bunch of stupid questions, because I ran an office with 50 people and 46 people in it. And they all came piling in to settle an argument over how they should proceed about some administrative idiotic thing I didn't care about. But as the general manager, I had to answer it. And it was an investment firm, so if they fucked it up, it could mean legal trouble. So I wanted to make sure they did it right. And they saw this picture of my girlfriend, Johanna, and they were like, bro, give it up. And I said, give what up? And they were like, take that picture out of the frame. And I said, why would I take that picture out of the frame? And they said, because it's obviously the picture that came in the frame. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they were like, that picture. That's the picture that came in that frame, right? Of that pretty girl. And I was like, no, that's my girlfriend. They were like, bullshit. That's not your girlfriend. I was like, what the hell? What do you, oh, she's that good looking and she's too good looking for me? And they were like, yeah, way too good looking. I was like, that's a picture of her. And they were like, who is that really? I couldn't believe it. They didn't fucking believe me. So, needless to say, on her next day off, I had Johanna bring me some muffins. She worked at a muffin company. I will say she had nice muffins. That was one of the things I liked best about her. That and her red hair, her freckles. She had a little attitude. Redhead, what do you expect? But yeah. Moist muffins. She actually did work for a muffin company, by the way. Just so I don't get banned from TikTok for talking about my ex's muffins. Mrs. Beasley's, I believe, was the name of it, although it's been 35 years now. I think that was the name of the company. Let's see. Pearl White and Mary. Ray Wheaton. Ray Wheaton. That sounds familiar. Wait, maybe that was, I'm thinking of the other Wheaton, the guy who's my client. Whatever happened to her? She's following me on TikTok. She lives, I don't know, 20 miles away. We're still friends. She's cool. As long as you're not married to her. I'm just waiting to see if I get any nasty comments. No, very type A. Very, very type A. And by the way, when we met, I was an asshole. My ex-wife stalks me on TikTok also. Yeah, good way to keep tabs on you. Make sure you're not doing anything that makes you too happy. Otherwise, you're gonna have to marry her again. Yeah, to be honest with you, the first 2 years we were married, 2 years, 94 to 96. Yeah, first 2 years we were married, I was still drinking a lot. And I was making a shitload of money, which meant that I would always come up with an excuse why I couldn't come straight home, like go out and hang out with the boys from work, because, I had to buy them a few drinks and celebrate how great a day we had. And, I was making good money. And we bought our first house together and I had it remodeled and everything was great, except she wasn't cool with the fact that I was drinking all the time. And I didn't really think too much about it, It's like, hey, that's her fucking problem, right? I'm making the money and I make a lot of money and I should have the ability to enjoy myself, and hey, I got to take care of my guys, right? That was my excuse. So, needless to say, after 2 years of that, she finally said, okay, I've had enough. I'm leaving. Well, we lived in Florida and we were both from California. So, when she left, she took our daughter, who was almost 2, and she went back to California. And I thought, okay, well, shit, I can't survive without my daughter. So, I'm going to go back to California. So, I did. And for about the first month that we were separated, I thought, yeah, what, fuck her. I could do better anyway. She doesn't deserve me. And then one night I was getting really hammered for no apparent reason, just because a day that ended in Y. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, I still feel like a piece of shit. I still feel like an asshole. I don't feel any better about myself right now. And I don't like that. Like, I'm drunk. Like, I'm fucking hammered. I've had a 12 pack and then a 6-pack of tall cans, which is it's got to be at least 22, 23 beers. And I'm sitting here watching David Letterman, not paying attention to it really, but I feel like a complete piece of shit. Well, maybe I need something stronger. And I thought, well, my dad used to drink vodka. Now I hate vodka. Scotch, I don't mind the taste of good scotch, but now I know people who drink scotch and they die young, they don't make it. And besides, I don't think that would give me too much of a different buzz. And then I thought, oh, heroin. And the first thing that popped into my mind was, well, that's stupid. That is absolutely the worst idea I've ever had, because I go overboard with everything. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. And if I overdid that, shit, I'd be dead inside of a month, maybe 3 tops. And the first thing that popped into my head after that was, and who would give a flying fuck? First thing that popped into my head, who would care? And I thought, yeah, well, obviously my soon-to-be ex-wife wouldn't care. I guess my daughter would care, but she's so young that, by the time she's old enough to realize like who dad is, she'd probably have a stepdad. I mean, her mom's young and beautiful and she'd find another guy. And then I realized, well, wait a minute. Who's to say that this other guy would be better to my daughter than I am? I never yell at her or do anything. I sing to her even when I'm drunk. I never let her see me hold a drink or a cigarette. And I smoked Marlboros like crazy back then. And I thought, oh shit, she could end up with a real asshole for a stepdad, like somebody who treats her really bad. But would he be better than me? And then it just sort of, I don't know where it came from. It just hit me. I thought, well, how the fuck do I know? Like, how do I know how good a dad I can be? I'm not giving it 100%. Until I give it 100%, I can't give up, because I haven't done my best. If I did my best and that wasn't very good, then yeah, I maybe should let her be raised by a different guy. Because I'd always been told, you're going to be just like your dad. My dad was a violent motherfucker. God, he broke my nose 4 times before I was 8 years old. He beat the shit out of me. He's a big former Navy SEAL, and when he would beat me, he would beat me. He used his fists. I was lucky if he used something the size of one of those little baseball bats. That hurt, but it didn't break anything usually. So I thought, all right, I'm gonna give it 100% first. Like I'm gonna give it 100%. And I went and stumbled into my bed and passed out. I woke up the next morning and told a buddy of mine, "Hey, let's go to breakfast." So we're driving to breakfast in his Jeep, and I said, "Hey, man, I think I think I think I gotta go to AA." And he goes, "Yeah?" I said, "Yeah, I don't know, but I think I might be an alcoholic." And he goes, "Oh, you're just now figuring that out?" And I looked at him and I said, "Are you fucking kidding me, Mike?" And he goes, "What?" I said, "You knew? Like you've known I'm an alcoholic? You thought I was an alcoholic and you didn't tell me?" And he goes, "Dude, have you ever seen you angry?" And I said, "Oh yeah." He goes, "Have you ever seen you in a fight?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You think I'm taking that fucking chance? No way, brother." And I went, "Yeah, all right, I get it." And he was like, "Sorry, man, but look, it was just not worth it." And I said, "Okay, I get it." So I decided, I went to AA and decided, all right, I'm going to give up drinking for a little while. Well, that turned into 20 years. And luckily, it turns out that when I went back to drinking, I really didn't like it much at all. So I got lucky because some people go back to drinking after 20 years of being sober and they just go right back to where they were. I went right back to having 4 beers and waking up with a horrible migraine and a hangover from hell after 4 light beers. So got lucky. I'm glad I haven't had a drink in almost 3 years. Yeah. See, that's the thing, man. People would say, "Well, don't you feel weird? Like, don't you get weird around your friends when they're drinking?" I'm like, "No, why would I?" And they go, "Really? Like, you don't feel awkward?" And I would say, "Look, this is the way I feel about drinking, and this is the truth. And if you feel this way, if you've been sober for 3 years and you feel this way, then you're there. You keep working, but you're there. You get it. And if not, work harder. You will get to this point." Let's say that you are with a woman or a man, whatever. You're with your significant other, and you're super happy. Things are going well, and you're thinking, yeah, you know what? I think this could be the one. I'm gonna pop the question probably pretty soon. And then one day your significant other walks in and says, "You know what? I can't do this anymore. I like you, but I don't love you, and so we need to go our separate ways because I'm not going to settle for just having a buddy. I want more." You're like, "Fuck, that's it, man. The whole world just collapsed around you." And it's like, okay, now what? Because nothing feels right. Imagine this. 3 months go by, maybe 4. You're in a restaurant. Of course, you're by yourself. You're sitting at a table for 1, 2, but they've cleared the other plate for you. Uh, and you see the girl walk in, or the guy, or your significant other. They walk in. And you realize, in my case, I use girl, and you realize that she walks in and she's with this guy that is, no other word for it, he's fucking beautiful. The guy is stunning. He's so fucking handsome. It's like he looks like he should be a supermodel. And you recognize him. Holy shit, I know who that guy is. That's the guy I see on TV. He's got a best-selling, he's a fucking heart surgeon, but he's also a bodybuilder, obviously all natural, and he's on all the morning shows. I know that guy. Holy shit, he's got to be super rich. Yeah, I think I'd like to end myself right now. It's time to unalive me because you just feel like, fuck, man. You just feel horrible. Like, great. Well, at least she got what she's looking for. Now, let's imagine that same scenario, except you're sitting at the table with a woman who you met not too long after you broke up with you guys broke up. And this woman, it's like she reads your mind. It's like you can read her mind. You picked out a bunch of songs once and put them on a CD. Just burned a CD, just being silly, you know? You gave it to her. She started fucking crying. You were like, what's wrong? And she said, these are my favorite songs. These are my favorite songs in the world. How, these aren't even by the same artist. How did you look at my playlist or something? And you're like, no, I just knew you'd love these songs. That kind of relationship where it's just like, you just know that you fucking know this. And you're like, man, this is perfect. You're sitting at dinner with her and your ex walks in. Same scenario. Except the way that you feel for your ex is unconditionally happy. Why wouldn't you be? You're glad. You're happy for her. She found love just like you did. You hope, you sincerely hope that she found the same kind of love that you felt because you are so content. You're so happy with your situation. You don't bear her any animosity whatsoever. As a matter of fact, you really owe her a debt of gratitude because you thought that you knew what love was. That's how Joel, I hope, feels. That's how I used to feel when I would go to a bar. Oh yeah, I'd see people drinking all around me. So that's my ex, baby, and I'm way happier with my new relationship. My new relationship is sobriety, and I'm totally cool with that. To this day, sometimes I'll drink a few beers, and then I'll wake up the next day and go, dumb, that was a waste of time. Shit, how many calories were in that anyway? There's just no point. It doesn't serve me anymore. I still do it because I'm a guy and I'm in the United States and I live around a bunch of rednecks and we all drink beer once in a while. But I don't have the same feeling. I don't feel compelled to drink because I'm sitting by myself at home. My son's not here. Nobody else is here. None of my kids are home. It's just me. It's just silence. I don't feel antsy because I'm not comfortable in my own skin anymore. I'm crazy. But you know what? I like me. I'm pretty cool with me. So because of that, I don't look at alcohol the same way. And I hope he doesn't either because it's the same. 33 years, Jesus, that's a while. That's cool. When you get to a point where you've lived almost more of your life in sobriety than you have drinking, man, there's no going back. There is no going home again because you would be so disappointed with the way that you felt. In spite of like all the shame and no, fuck that. There are a lot of guys who go back to drinking. They don't feel any shame at all, you know? But the reality is it's just not the same. 23 years. Damn. You guys made it longer than I did. I made it 20 years. And my wife at the time, my second wife, is an alcoholic. And I know that. I didn't know that at the time because when I married her, she had I think she drank in front of me once. That's it. All I knew was that she was a devout Christian and, you know, super, 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 you know, religious and went to church every Sunday and went to Bible study on Wednesday and was very sweet, didn't have anything negative to say about anybody. Yep. Didn't realize what was going to happen after we got married, though, because she spent the first several years of her life from high school till 30 doing meth and drinking and taking whatever anybody handed her. Whew. Man, 55 years cold turkey. That's some balls, man. Hey, as long as you're happy. My dad went cold turkey and he was fucking miserable. God, he was miserable. You know, I like to think I am a good guy. But I can always do better. That's the thing. When I see people, oh, by the way, Bill, they actually censored that. That's why nobody else can see that I read that, but I read that for you. It's your job to keep her happy. Yeah, right. Look, I on a good day, I can control my own mind. No, that's not true. On a good day, I can control my own mouth. I can never control my mind. And I think shit that I literally, there are parts of the day where I'm just doing my thing and I just go, woo, good thing I didn't say that out loud. Or they'd put me in an I love me jacket and throw me in a padded fucking room. And I just laugh. It's like, God, do other people think this crazy shit like I do? Maybe. I hope so. Because that means we're all a lot more entertaining than we think we are. It's your job to keep, yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Every night. You know what? You will, because when I do my podcast, it'll be recorded. So you can watch it whenever you want. Good. Candace, I love you. That's awesome. You're not alone. See? Yeah. And by the way, they have found, it's tentative at this point, but they're working on it. Psychologists and psychiatrists have studied this for years, trying to find a neural link between genius IQ and insanity. And they have found it's definitely correlation. They're working on causation now. Like, does really high IQ cause insanity? Or like, how does it work? Because we see that there's definitely a correlation. Like, the smartest people are the craziest. I do believe there's a correlation for sure. What state of the country be in after November 5th? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. That's why I'm in the silver business. Seriously, that's why I'm in the silver business. Because I don't want to get caught looking the wrong way. I don't want to get caught flat-footed, as they say. I want to be prepared for anything that happens, because we're in a time right now where the forces of to and fro are very strong, and there are very strong opinions on both sides. It's starting to look, I mean, if Kamala Harris keeps talking the way she's talking, she's going to lose. Yeah, the whole world is crazy. I mean, Keir Starmer, I follow him and what he's doing, and it's like, what the hell is going on over there? Silver business for civil war. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality. At what point will you sell your silver? I will definitely, I'll unload half of it at 100. And if it goes to 150, I'll have to look at why. Why is it at 150? Look, if gold's at 7,000, then no, I'm not unloading it. I'll keep the rest. If gold is at 5,000, I'm gonna have to ask myself, why is silver at 2.5% of gold? It should be maybe 2%. And if it gets too far above that, then I'll start to get a little nervous that maybe it's in a bubble. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, it's not about selling the silver because I want to make money. I sell the silver because I found another asset class which will serve me better. And right now, I cannot find a better asset class. Equities, no, absolutely no go. When the banking system goes down, it will take the rest of the stock market with it. That's just obvious. It's a given. So, real estate, it's the highest it's ever been. Bubble or not, it's irrelevant. It can't go much higher. They cut interest rates by 0.5 point, by 50 basis points. It's a huge cut for the Fed to make. First cut, and they make a huge one. That signals that they know that they're in deep shit. That's why they did it. That's a panic move. The only times they've ever cut by 50 basis points, and it's 3 times out of the last 8 times they've cut, 8 cycles where they've cut by 25 basis points, just a small cut, it worked. Every time they did 50 basis points, it was a panic move, and it totally backfired. And what have bonds done? They've gone up. What have interest rates done? They've gone up. What? How can mortgage rates go up? They just cut by 50 basis points. Well, it shows the Fed doesn't control the world. They can control what they do, but that doesn't mean the rest of the world, and it certainly doesn't mean the rest of industry has to give a shit what they think. And clearly the rest of the world doesn't give a shit what they think anymore. And again, I read you guys this statement, and it's just crazy because it says The change comes just a week after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell told reporters that the central bank's own economists are no longer forecasting a recession. What? When the fuck was this? Oh, this was a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. They said, no, no recession. Recent incoming data has made us reassess our prior view that a mild recession in 2024 is the most likely outcome for the U.S. economy, B of A economists led by Michael Gapin wrote in a note to clients on Wednesday. Growth in economic activity over the past 3 quarters has averaged 2.3%. The unemployment rate has remained near all-time lows, and wage and price pressures are moving in the right direction, albeit gradually, they wrote. What a bunch of horse shit. What a bunch of horse shit. Okay? These are economists for B of A lying. This is Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve Bank, our central bank, lying. And why am I saying they're lying? Why can't I say they misspoke? Why can't I say they're just incompetent dipshits who don't know how to run the economy? Because I study econ, because this is what I do for a living. And look, if a guy with a handle big and corn-fed gets it right 3 years out, how come they can't get it right? Well, B of A is toast. B of A is toast. They've suffered just absolutely ungodly, enormous amounts of losses just on silver in the last week. They're getting crushed. That court ruling changes everything. They are absolutely going to get destroyed. Hey, if it happens, it happens. You know, I mean, look, you want an October surprise? How about the market collapses? Is an old coin worth more? Not usually. Usually because they were made for being used in commerce, so they've got about 9% copper in them. So they're not quite pure silver. Like the ones that I have in here, these are actually pure silver, 99.9%. So I hope they fold. Yep. Oh, Pacific Security. Security Pacific. Yeah, I remember Security Pacific. Buy Bitcoin. Well, buy Bitcoin and pray to God that we don't have a cyber attack. Because a cyber attack, especially if it took down the grid, there's no Bitcoin. That's the point, is that, look, electricity or not, this exists. This is real. This is actually money for 5,000 years in any country that you go to in the world. This is money. In China, they're paying $4 over spot price. But cold storage that also fights inflation. Cold storage would be taking $100,000 and putting under your mattress. You take it out 5 years from now, it's still $100,000, but it only buys $50,000 worth of goods and services. See, over the last 5 years, silver's gone up by 94%. No inflation. Are you saying that there's no inflation? That's terrifying. No, I'm coming down to Desert Ridge. I'm going to get some of that pizza. Trust me. I'll be down there. Probably tomorrow, actually. Ooh, for lunch. Yeah. Not in Bitcoin. There's no inflation in Bitcoin. It's true. But there is a cyber attack. And if there's a cyber attack, it's gone. Well, XRP, Bitcoin, it's all the same. If the grid goes down and there's no electricity, nothing electronic works. Period. You're done. That's it. Bitcoin is a hedge against inflation, unless, for the 4th time, there's a catastrophic cyber attack, like 150 of the world's leading cybersecurity specialists have said, including Bill Gates. when these people guarantee you something's going to happen, what was the last time they guaranteed us? Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates. What was the last thing they guaranteed us? Because I believe it was a fucking pandemic in 2019. They guaranteed us there'd be a pandemic. Didn't they? They're guaranteeing a catastrophic cyber attack. They said within a year, and that was in January. I'm not buying Bitcoin right now. I think Bitcoin is fucking brilliant. I think it's huge, but not until I know the grid's not going anywhere. $34. I can't live your life in fear, though. It's not living life in fear. It's called don't be stupid. Don't take risks you don't need to take. Why would you take a risk like that? Like I said, in 5 years, silver has gone up by 94%. So you should own some. Now, if you want to buy Bitcoin on top of that, go ahead. But don't tell people to put all their money in Bitcoin. That's crazy. Literally, that is a shit plan B. 34.23 an ounce. Oh yeah, let's see what it's doing. It's trading overseas right now, so it's just bouncing all over the place. But let's find out. Where are we? That's a different one. Here we go. Markets. Futures. Silver. Ooh. Shit. It's going up again. Now it's 34.27. 34.27 on the rise. Gold too. Yep. Yeah, it's a good thing to own. It's wealth insurance. That's all. You got health insurance, you got car insurance, you got house insurance. Get wealth insurance. Yeah, and Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin could be $1 million. No bullshit. And I've studied it. Could it go to 1 million? Of course a Bitcoin could go to 1 million. Of course it can. It just depends on how many people own it, how many people want it, how many people use it. I mean, literally, it's that simple. If the entire world, if just India alone decides that they're going to start really leaning on Bitcoin for some reason, there's some viral video that the government doesn't understand is going to change the way everybody feels about Bitcoin, and people go, yeah, fuck it, I want some Bitcoin. It's the largest country in the world now. It's bigger than China. That one thing alone could drive it to $500,000. Wednesday after 4. Okay, you got it, man. I'll be there. I'm going to get some pizza. And he does, the place he works does have some damn good pizza. It's New York style. So it's about this long and about 12 feet wide, and you got to fold it over. You don't have to fold it over. You can eat it with a fork if you're an asshole. I'm just kidding. If you eat it with a fork, that just means that you're like, what is that douchebag's name? He's a pretend Mormon. He used to be a Democrat, and then he became a Republican, but he's neither. He's a tool of the government. Oh God, I can't stand that son of a bitch. He's really just not a good guy. He's a nasty human, but he's also a senator, or he was. Maybe he's not anymore. Maybe they finally got rid of him. The senator from Utah. No, Romney. That's it. Fucking Romney. What a turd. Yeah, I was dating a girl who we were at the zoo, and I don't know why the hell he was there, but was it the zoo? I think it was the zoo. Maybe it was a museum. But she came over and she was like, God, that guy is creeping me out. And I said, who? And she goes, that guy over there, he's like this really old guy, and he was like giving me the eye, and he winked at me, and he's like just super disgusting. And I think that's his wife and his kids. And I was like, are you talking about that guy over there? And she goes, yeah. And I said, that's Mitt Romney. And she goes, oh, I don't know who he is, but yeah, he's a creeper. And I was like, yeah, well, that's not exactly the way Mormons are taught to act now, is it? He probably likes them young too. Well, A lot of that going around these days, isn't there? Yeah, when Elon Musk said that he thought that if Trump gets elected, the client list for Epstein would come out. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like that a whole lot. That'd be good. That'd be super fun because I can tell you one thing: I ain't on it. You guys probably ain't on it either. Not my gig. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we'll see. We'll see P. Diddy and a lot of connections. I mean, man, some of the people that left the country that day. What? Why'd you leave the country? I just went on vacation. Wait, but you were scheduled to work the next day. Nope, nope, nope. Just decided snap vacation. Those are the best kind, you know. Oh, okay, sure they are. No, they put out a little tiny bit of it. But let me ask you this: the FBI took all the videotapes and audio tapes of all of the people that were on Epstein Island doing all kinds of horrific, illegal, degenerate things. Who on those tapes has been accused, convicted, even tried? Nobody. Now, you know that there are thousands of those tapes that have hundreds of people, some of which are probably just, hey, look, it's a star and he wanted a star on his island so that he could get other people there. And they're just doing their thing, maybe they're just fooling around with their own wife or husband. And okay, so the FBI sees that and goes, oh, well, that's none of our business. Okay. But yeah, they're married. Okay. And they're both adults. Cool. I don't expect to ever know who's on those videotapes. But, like the allegation that he was given 3 12-year-old girls for his birthday that were all from France and they were flown back to France the day after. I'm sorry, what? If that was on his island, there is a record of that, a video record of that. Where's that? Who's hiding it? Why would they hide it? Why would the federal government hide that from us? No. You've got that backwards, guys. We're the fucking good guys here. We're the people you're supposed to protect, not them. You're not supposed to protect them from us. You're supposed to protect us and our children from them. Get it? FBI, you got it backwards. You got it twisted, boys. That's all wrong. Yeah. So, anyway, call me tomorrow. Absolutely. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, by the way, you will see Hillary with Epstein. Oh my God, that's enough to unalive yourself right there. I hope you didn't mean what I think you meant there, because no thanks. Anyway, all right, so it's getting late. I'm gonna go. This was fun. I had a lot of fun on this. Now, again, I'm gonna be starting the podcast beginning of next month. But in the meantime, I'll be here tomorrow night, and then the next night, and the next night. It's kind of my gig now, so this is what I'm going to be doing. And I'm also on YouTube, Big and Corn Fed on YouTube. And by the way, those live streams get recorded. They stay on there forever. Woo, look at that. I still got one person live streaming with me on my live stream here. So remember, like, subscribe, do whatever, click everything. Just click it all. Just fucking click everything. And if you're on here, click. Oh, I'm pointing to YouTube. You guys disregard. YouTubers, click. Do that whole thing. I'd like to get to, I don't need to get to 1 million subscribers tonight, but 500,000 be good. By tomorrow, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. You got it, man. I'll see you then. Just make sure there's plenty of pizza. I don't want to get there and not have any pizza. I'd be crazy. See you guys tomorrow night. All righty. Look at this. We have, oh my God, I had 21,000 viewers on there. And on here, I have 1, 2, 3. Sweet. I'm okay with that. It's a start, right, guys? Okay. I am out of here. I'm done for the night. I'm going to